911 location of your emergency.
Breaking news out of North Idaho. Moscow police are investigating a homicide on King Road.
Is she breathing?
No.
So 5'10", all black. Could you see what color his eyebrows were or anything like that?
No, I don't remember what his eyes look like either.
Officers discovered the bodies of Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Maddie Mogen, and Kaylee Goncalves, but no weapon has been located at this time.
Arrested. That's 28-year-old Bryan Kohberger in custody today.
Mr. Kohberger allegedly stalked one of the victims. That's false.
We do not have evidence that the defendant had direct contact with 1122 or with residents of 1122, but we can put his phone in that area. There are many residences in that area. It's a dense population of mostly college-related occupants.
Hey guys, I'm gonna be on camera in just a second, trying to finish getting ready. Dad just left a few minutes ago, and I didn't want to get ready with him here because I wanted to be in the living room. So I'm trying to get everything off my desk and finish what I'm doing, and then I'll be on camera. But while we are not on camera, I see that some of you guys are talking about a community post I posted earlier regarding the Charlie Kirk and Tyler Robinson situation. I would like to look into the evidence stuff when it comes to that case, because there has been a lot of interesting things coming out over the past 2 days. You can definitely, in my opinion, because this is how I plan to do it, cover this case without politics. Kirk was not a politician. Tyler Robinson is just a dude. That's how we are planning on looking at that case. I know right now they're doing hearings, and that's where a lot of this crazy information is coming from. And actually, it was Lady Di that was posting a lot of stuff on Twitter about what was happening in the hearing. So I'm actually going to... Oh, you know what? Am I logged in? Let me see. I was going to go ahead and pull up Twitter and pull up her posts just so that you guys can sort of see what's happening and the reason why it's getting my attention, so that we can maybe schedule that. Is this gonna let me log in or not? I had to reset a whole bunch of stuff today, and so now everything's sort of acting like a little crackhead. Can you just do your job? Can you just log in? Just log in. Oh my God. I forget I have all of these apps. Which there's some definite breach situations happening. Both mine and some of Slade's information has tried to have been hacked. I saw, I think it was freaking Gabby Petito's mom, Nikki Schmidt, even posted that she had gotten some weird text message with a link in it about some Taco Bell order. There's a lot of scams and crazy shit going on. There's also a bunch of issues with YouTube. I know damn well that I got a fake email from a not YouTube that looked like YouTube yesterday, talking about how something that I posted in my community tab was actually a video that was being taken down for violating something. I don't know what the hell. So I don't know what's going on. There's just a lot of crazy shit happening here. All right, let me see. Okay, I have her page up. So let me show you just some of the things that Lady Di, if you don't mind, was posting when she was seeing things that were being talked about by people that were in the courtroom when it comes to what's been talked about today. Can I make this bigger? There we go. I'll make this bigger. So this is what I was seeing. And I was like, holy shit. Because I know the situation, right? I know what's happening. But I haven't been paying attention to the court stuff. Because honestly, and I know a lot of people love Candace Owens. And I really used to like Candace Owens too. But and I know that he was a friend of hers or whatever. But I really had to just step away from even trying to see what was going on. Because the Candace Owens just kind of went a little off the rails. You can appreciate Candace Owens for her deep dive research and the way that she does things, and still admit that she went a little bit cray-cray. covering this situation. So because she is such a big voice, it sort of took over like everything else that was coming out. And so I just decided to like just step away from it, besides trying to like figure out what was going on, and just focus on what I was doing. And I figured at some point when things slowed down and evidence and stuff came out, then that's probably when we would look at it. So I'm glad that we are actually now at a part where court stuff is happening. Now, I don't know what all the chatter is when it comes to her now that there's a hearing. I don't know. I have no clue. I'm not looking at that. I have no idea. I don't know if she's gotten stuff right. I don't know if she's gotten stuff wrong. I stopped listening. I have no clue on that side of things at all, like what is happening. But I see here that there's problems with DNA, that there's problem with enhanced videos being like let into court as evidence. And we have that situation with the Kohberger selfies. We've gotten 3 different versions, and the state was the first one to supply one to us, and it is completely edited where he is whitewashed into a wall. Whitewashed into a wall. Like, that's crazy that they were able to submit something that was edited that way. Like, that's actually insane. That's actually insane. So I want to go ahead. Oh, my chair is not right. I'm just a little head. Oh my God. Okay. I really can't fix that. So I guess I'm just going to be a little head. Oh, well, I tried to fix my camera stuff earlier, but it just obviously slipped back. It's okay. I'll just be this for right now. So this was what I was seeing. They're talking about, let's see right here. Why can't the state produce just one solid piece of evidence that he actually was the one to, commit the crime? There's a vast majority of this video of Mr. McBride testifying and Mr. Twiggs agreeing. If we were in a courtroom, it would be considered a leading examination from start to finish. Now, how much leading do we hear in all of these police interviews? Especially with Dylan, especially with Jack Ducour, with people that were the closest to it. There is nothing but leading. Look what we see with Dylan Mortensen in the very, very beginning when she's talking to Nunes. When she is describing what she has apparently seen, she says shorter or taller. She doesn't know. Nunes says so, like 6 feet. That's what is gone with, and that's where it just went. That's what stayed the narrative. They never actually had her actually verify anything. They went with what the cop said. She agreed, and they went forward. There's a lot of leading in this situation. Let's see. What else was there? Let's see. Okay, so the videos. Is there one that shows the videos? Okay, so a white vehicle, one that has several different white vehicles. It's a white car that they can just piece things together. So I'd like to see the way that they're handling this because of the way that we've seen them handle what is going on here in the Idaho case. And as a matter of fact, let me tell you all a holy shit situation. Someone, and man, I don't know if you want me to say your name. See, I need to make it like a thing. Like, let me know if I can. Thank you. Actually, I'll just say a person emailed me, unless they're in here and say that they don't mind. But you'll know who I'm talking about if you're in here when I start talking. So you know how we were going through like the inventory list on Moscow Monday, and we saw how there was 2 additional item numbers when it came to the 1112 King Road camera. Meaning that there were 3 just in the narrative from MPD, and we requested one, and they're telling us there is no audio for a certain section, okay? But there's 2 additional ones. So now the plan is to go in and ask for the very specific item number in the request when it comes to these other 2. Well, this other person found another one. So on the inventory report where it shows item 878 for video audio on April 30th, 2024, and it's redacted out, they pulled up an exhibit list, the state's exhibit list, that's 28 pages, and it shows that state's exhibit S4-196 is the Moscow Police Department item 878, which is the 1112 King Road camera. So in the narrative, on the same page where it talks about there being BK jail and mail calls that we talked about trying to get, it also shows this being video audio without it actually saying 1112 King Road. They have it mislabeled for what it actually is. And then when it comes to the state's exhibits, they give it its actual street name, its actual detail. So that's a third besides the original that now we need to go in and ask for. I'll just say the person's initials are AS. I know a lot of people don't like me to like say their names, but thank you for sending me that because yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't see that. I wouldn't have known that. I wouldn't have known that. So besides this, we also have security camera evidence when it comes to him himself that doesn't look anything like him. There's the enhanced video. Let's see, does it show the actual face that they're trying to show? Did you share that? I know that the video that they're trying to show, it's not like the guy's face does not look like Tyler. He looks like he might be maybe Hispanic. Like he does not look at all like Tyler. The chin is different. The mouth is different. Like everything about it is odd. Everything about it is odd. There's also a bullet that was on another roof that apparently wasn't brought in as evidence that should have been brought in as evidence. Both him and his boyfriend's DNA was on a screwdriver and on a towel. Like there's a lot of stuff happening. There's like a lot of stuff happening here. Let's see where this one says somebody's body cam died, so there wasn't any actual footage of anything that really happened. Like, I know that there's incompetence, but even blatant incompetence needs to be brought to light because there is absolutely no reason for our legal system, for our judicial system, for our police protocols to be this pathetic. What are our tax dollars? What are all the voting? Well, we already know the voting doesn't freaking matter. But where's all the money going? To the training and to making sure that these people actually know what they're doing. So even at the end of the day, if people end up being guilty people somehow, if it's incompetence that caused the problem, then everyone who is that stupid needs to lose their job. Everyone that caused all of these issues needs to no longer hold a title of authority, and they need to be replaced with people that can actually follow the law, follow protocols, and not suck so much. Aren't you sick? Aren't you sick of all of the mistakes, of all of the bullshit that is constantly happening everywhere? And this is just shit that actually gets past its 36-hour little 5 minutes of fame on the news that most things don't. Most things are just a Facebook post and then you never hear about them again and they're just as corrupt. But for some reason, they don't take off. The world is so disgusting. Okay. We got a lot of documents today. I have not been able to move every single one of them over just yet. There's a lot. Let me show you what I have done so far. We're going to go through some. I will tell you, we have a lot of duplicate stuff. But there's also some of those things that are duplicate things that are not duplicate things technically because there's additional things added to them. Like, for example, we know that we have Dylan's phone activity, right? The bubble letter document that we got. They reposted that one kind of, I guess, because it's in there, but then attached at the bottom is now Bethany's phone activity. So we have that to go over. There's something from Amazon where they finally give us like the full listing of the Amazon order and give us like a detail about what's going on. There's a 1,045 page defense expert disclosure document that was giving me hell. So I went in and I separated them for each person. There's blood spatter, there's cell analysis, Cyraze information is in there. There's a lot of info. There's a lot of information in there. So let me show y'all the folder. And I will, well, let me grab actually the link first so that it doesn't do what it always does and pop up somebody's email address because it does that every damn time. Share, copy. This light is in my freaking eyeballs. Okay, so here is the Google Drive. Here is the link. Okay. Okay. Oh, hey, Ashbish. Thank you for the 2. Thanks for coming in so late. I was going to start a little earlier. I thought Dad was going to leave a little earlier because he doesn't usually leave this late, but he didn't. So I just pushed it back until we were ready. So I'm glad that you guys were still able to come in here. Now, we aren't going to like deep dive into like every single thing because there is a shit ton, but we are going to skim through everything and then come back later. And we're just going to have to really pay close attention to a lot of these because these are like more expanded I guess I need to take back something I previously said. So before I said we need to sort of remember that as things get unsealed, that it's going to be older information. So the stuff that we had like towards the end of 2025, like right before the plea, was like the more up-to-date things, the things that were actually relevant, the stuff that was going to be considered, at trial. But we also know that they've erased a lot of truth in front of our faces, and I know that they've erased a lot of truth like behind our backs too. So when it comes to these like ginormous expert disclosures, I mean, we don't really have a choice at this point but to go in and read like everything, even if it's something that comes out in like 2022 that maybe didn't make it into the final cut, but we don't know what the hell it could be. You know what I mean? So we're going to probably end up like digging more into like the more past things than I kind of originally thought in my mind, because I just don't trust this process. Like even now, they've taken back things, and now that they're like re-releasing things, there's like additional things added to them. I'm just wondering like what else was redacted that we maybe just haven't noticed. I just don't trust anything. I don't trust anything with this. Hey, SARS, thank you for being a member for 9 months. Thank you for coming in here. Hey there, Sharon. Thank you for the gifted membership. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, I think we definitely are going to go through the hearings when it comes to like this Charlie Kirk and Tyler Robinson situation. Even if we just do, like one a week after the hearings are done, and we just like sit in and actually like listen and pay attention and take notes on what the evidence is saying, and then follow along with just the evidence facts from here forward. Forget all the rest of it. Like we'll do like a short, like, okay, this is what happened, but now we're skipping all of this crazy stuff that happened in the middle, and we're jumping straight into the court stuff, the evidence, and we're going to try to see what actually happened here. I think that's the best approach. I feel like I've stopped putting myself into trying to cover other cases that I really, really want to talk about, because I want to cover them just as hardcore as we cover Idaho. And that means everything, but I also don't want to do that because that's going to take away from the focus that we have here. And we're in this till the end with this case. Other cases do need attention, and I really do want to take breaks and talk about them. Ellen Greenberg, Kendrick Johnson, like there's so many freaking cases. Daniel Robinson, like there's so many cases that I want to talk about, but I don't want to get into all the middle stuff. So I've got to figure that out. I really got to figure that out. I really do. Okay. So I have moved a majority of them over, and I will move the rest of them over like while like we're going over them, because I'm going to show you the ones that I have moved over so far. So if you go, like this is the Google Drive. If you go to all court records, I have 2025 separated for before the guilty plea and after the guilty plea. As you can see, I have not added a damn thing to after, because we just don't really have anything of importance. Everything evidence-wise was filed beforehand. So if you go into the pre-plea one, you'll see that I have a couple of folders up here. This is the one from today that I broke down. If you go to the case of interest website, I'll show you exactly which one this is. It is all the way back from January 2025, way down at the bottom. And you'll see here, we have, right here, we've got 1, 2, these we've seen before, but there's also like some new things mixed into something on this one, I think. Maybe not. Maybe those aren't the ones that had extra stuff. But for sure, there's something extra in this one for text messages and testimony when it comes to the phone activity. This one had a lot of stuff in it. This one also has some additional stuff. I think this is the one that has Bethany's information on it too. This new one came in. That one was only like 4 pages. I don't remember how many pages this one is. I think there's like 2 people on this one. But this one right here for 123.25 is 1,045 pages. And I'll show you just like how long it looks. And then I'll show you the reason. Like this is the reason why I separated it out the way that I did. So it's all of this information. It has Ruth Ballard, Stephen Becker, Kathleen Bright Birnbaum, Daniel Hellwig, Leah Larkin, Matt Nodal, Rachel Orr, Carol Pedden, Kevin Pedden, Jennifer Bracamontes, Cy Ray, Josiah Roloff, Eileen Ryan, Tom Slavinsky, Brent Turvey, and Barbara Wolf, a bunch of information from all of them. Now, a few of them are just their like credentials, their CV, but the majority of them are full-on reports, like their actual reports, graphs, photographs, pictures, references, all of that. There's also some psych stuff. There's a lot of information in here. So we're going to scroll through it. But when it comes to like, we're going to have to do a live separately on each one of these. That's the only way that's going to work. And honestly, I don't feel, I know that, this is something else that I need to like, I guess, tell you guys. So remember I mentioned how I've been like keeping another channel and I've just been sort of like using it as storage. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to have me go in and fully read verbatim all of the documents. Like it needs to be a real archive. So I know that we've like gone through all the documents, but I think I want to go back in and just like read them like an audiobook and place them on this channel. No commentary, just straight up. I'm just going to read the document. It's going to be up on the page sort of situation. When I'm doing that, I can take notes and do things off to the side. And then when we come in, the document can be on the page. You guys can have access to the other channel where I am reading it out loud. And instead of like spending time reading 134 pages on a live that we're going to be here for 8,000 hours and hardly anyone is going to listen to the information because we're going to be here for so long and people just can't listen to all of it. After that one's been out for like 2 days or so where I'm reading the entire document, we then have a live over here where we hit all of the topics, like all of the basics, everything that we actually like took notes on and actually noticed without me having to sit here on a live and read it for 1,000 years. I'm trying to make this more efficient, but I also don't want to lose the fullness and the entirety of the way that we cover things. But I also, again, don't want to sit here for 9 hours because that 9 hours is done. And then like no one is going to listen to that. That's where a lot of information and facts get lost. That's why I feel like a lot of people are really shocked when they hear certain things because the information has been out there. But because of the length of things, people just instantly will just scroll. TikTok made everyone goldfish. It's just how it is. And in order for people to understand facts and what's happening, I've got to figure out a way around that. So I think I'm going to start that soon. I don't know with what document. I don't know with what yet. I don't know. It might start all the way back in the beginning with the PCA because there's so much of it. But that's just some of the things that I've been trying to figure out. That's just some of the things that I was just trying to figure out because there's just a lot of real information out there and I just don't want it lost. You know what I mean? I just don't want it lost. Okay, so let me show y'all what I did here then. So if you go to the drive and you click on all court records and then you go to the pre one, if you click on 123.25 defense expert index with reports, I show you that it's 1,045 pages broken down by expert. And then I've taken them and printed them all out by the expert themselves and then put them all in here. Now, the thing with this is I will probably go in here and change the way that this is because for some of these, there's like 50 pages of their freaking like credentials. Every time that they've written an article, blah, 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 blah. And yes, that's great that you've got all of that, but I don't want all of that sitting there. So I'll probably go in and take out all of that and put it separate and have the report by itself separate because it's just like, they're massive files. They're massive files. It's actually crazy. But I'll show y'all this one. They're in alphabetical order. They're not in the same order as they are in that big one, but they're in alphabetical order in this one. This is Daniel Helwig, forensic director from Intermountain Forensics, and he was going to be testifying regarding S&P and WGS testing, bioinformatics, lab protocols, and implementation of IgG standards in the forensic community. We've heard his name before. And it says right here exactly what it was he was going to be testifying to. It says, and we're not reading the whole thing. We're just reading like what he was going to be testifying about. And then we're going to scroll through to see if he's got anything valid. And again, we're going to do these all separately. The efforts of the forensic community to implement standards for IgG consistent with forensic laboratories and why such standards are necessary to ensure that testing is conducted in a reliable, reproducible manner. That's like the most important word, I think, here. Reproducible. Because apparently, and this is also something that they have told us 2 different stories for that we still are not too sure about. They told us in the very, very, very beginning that the profile that the FBI actually used had been deleted. Like it didn't exist anymore. All they had was the result that they had gotten. And there wasn't really a lot that even came with that in way of them showing their work. That came from the state themselves. That it was like chicken scratching some notes. Like they really didn't have a lot. Well, then later on, we find out that there would have been like an opportunity for Ann Taylor to... Basically, they argued that they should have been given the opportunity to go ahead and like test and compare the profile and something. I can't remember what exactly was said in court, because I remember that we talked about like, hold on, y'all said that there like wasn't one. I think when Leah Larkin came out and said that she had actually viewed it and was questioning like how ginormous the file for the DNA sample had gotten from when it went from Othram over to the FBI. I think that's whenever we were like, okay, but hold on, they said it was deleted. So how are you seeing like the profile in order to even like have that testimony? And then they pretty much just like dropped it and nobody really said anything else. So was it actually deleted? Was the profile gone, or did the defense actually view it? And for some reason they didn't do their own testing in order to like go further, because it seemed like there were multiple cuts taken of the Q-tip and multiple of the samples were created. And we know that Othram just got one of them. So what happened to the rest of them? Because there was more than one made, like from the cut, like the cuttings, more than one was created. So that's still something that they haven't really been too honest about. How S&P testing is conducted by commercial labs such as Othram, what types of material and documentation is typically generated by a lab conducting such testing, including digital data files. The type of information that can be obtained from a S&P or WGS data set, in particular personal medical information, and how the test results differ from standard STR testing. How bioinformatic programs operate in general on the raw data generated by the S&P testing process, and how these programs are used to generate data that can be uploaded to commercial databases. The need to maintain laboratory documentation, including protocols and data files, and the reason for such documentation and retention. The importance of external review of forensic testing in general and IgG specifically. The use of commercial databases in building out family trees used to identify an unknown individual from a crime scene sample. This testimony will encompass the types of databases available and how they are used in an IgG investigation, the limits on the use of these databases, and the privacy concerns that form the basis of these limits, and the development of the opt-in, opt-out function for law enforcement access and how they work. The history of the abuse of these databases leading to the restriction of law enforcement use of various databases. And then the rest, see how it like shows that. And then here's all of his like education and his, see, this wasn't really like anything. See what I mean? Like there's actually no testimony here. So it says credentials only on this one. See how it didn't really have like anything at all. So this is Eileen Ryan. She is a forensic psychiatrist. This is 62 pages, but can y'all see that on the side? You see all of this right here underneath me? This is the majority of this right here. We know that we're not going to get medical information like for real. Okay. So then we get down to 36 and it's her curriculum vitae. It's her credentials. So I don't think that there's anything in this that we're going to get either. Like this chick has done so much. Like this is so crazy. 30 something pages of basically like a resume of why she's credentialed the way she is. Isn't that wild? So yeah, this says right here, Dr. Ryan's opinion testimony will be based on her experience, education, and trainings as detailed in her curriculum vitae. Dr. Ryan's testimony is not intended to be a mental condition defense pursuant to Idaho Code 18207. Dr. Ryan may testify about findings, testing, impressions, and or conclusions drawn from the work of other experts who previously conducted evaluations, examinations, or provides conclusions relating to the field of forensic psychiatry, as well as regarding testimony offered by the state relating to forensic psychiatry. Dr. Ryan's disclosure may be supplemented based on new information and disclosures made by the state. Okay. Yeah, so let me put that this is also just credentials only, so that you don't like waste your time going in there and trying to read anything, because you can't. Let me do to medical records redacted. Okay, now this is somebody from Cybergenetics named Jennifer Bracamontes. This one is 350 pages because there's like multiple people that work for the company is what it looks like from when I was going through it. There's multiple people that work at the company that have things attached to this. Thank you for the $9.99, Amy. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. See, so Cybergenetics, this was written on November 27th, 2024. And this is in reference to Kaylee and Maddie in regards to Bryan Kohberger. And this is question sample from body of person. Oh, I wonder if this is the fingernail clipping one. I think this is what this is. So item 11, item 14, and item 108. Okay. So this is definitely the nail clippings. I can tell by the item numbers. And we also know that item 108 is what? Do you guys know? Actually, this is a quiz. Who knows exactly what the item 108 is? We've talked about item 108 quite a bit here recently. And I'm going to wait like 2 minutes or so. And I'm going to see if anyone knows exactly what item 108 is. No, guys, I can see you're green. Angela, you're green. No, it's not debris. Does anyone know from like the last maybe 2 weeks of stuff that we've been talking about? No, it's not the hair. It's not the hair. Who knows what item 108 is? Come on, guys, show me that you listen. No, it's not the hair. Oh, you fail. I'm going to start quizzing the shit out of you guys. Nope, not the trash. I'm about to start quizzing y'all. Yes. Love Bones wins. Love Bones wins. You know what, Love Bones? You won a coffee cup. Email me, Love Bones. You win a coffee cup. Just last minute. Last minute, you win a coffee cup. It is Brian's swab from when he got to Latah County. And it is actually the topic of the chain of custody issues from the email that we saw, because the buccal swab or buccal swab, whichever way you say it, I've heard experts say it both ways. I usually just say cheek swab so people can leave me alone. The cheek swab, the destinations on the to and from whenever ISP for some reason had to send it to the FBI, according to the emails that we went through, they had to correct the verbiage in the destinations because they were incorrect. So, yes, item 108 is very, very important. Yes, you want, or you can pick a t-shirt or a hat, whichever. You can pick like normal little giveaway thing. But yeah, you win. You win. Good job. Good job. I'm just going to randomly do that. That was fun. I'm just going to pick some random question every live. So you better be on your toes. Pay attention, okay? Pay attention. Okay, so this is them comparing the fingernail clippings and the DNA, because remember what was the whole situation there. The state at the grand jury said that this was inconclusive when it came to being compared to Bryan Kohberger, and they used that as they tried to say as something in Bryan Kohberger's favor. But to a juror who is looking over a crime case, inconclusive to them just means that it's a big possibility. It just can't be proven. So what the defense ended up doing, which is what makes me so freaking mad about the rest of it, okay, the rest of it, is that they made sure that they went in and did all the likelihood ratio work over and over and over again for these fingernail clippings very specifically in order to completely exclude Kohberger from comparison. So if you can do that for the fingernail clippings, why can't y'all take the rest of the stuff that you had and let cybergenetics do the testing? Because, you know, that would have been what I would have thought that they would have done. I really figured they would have gone in and they would have sent everything to some sort of firm somewhere like cybergenetics so that they could actually go in and figure things out. And they didn't. And that's crazy. That's super crazy. It was so wild. But yeah, this is 350 pages. Okay. Of stuff. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not going to sit here and read like all of this stuff because this is just dates. This is just dates of communications between Bicca Barlow and Carrie Dancer. Stephanie Frasina to Bicca Barlow. Bicca Barlow to Stephanie Frasina, whoever those people are. And then Bicca Barlow talking to cybergenetics. It's just dates. There's no actual communications in here. You see, they're all blacked out. But see how it says regarding sending case. Confidentiality agreement. Revised confidentiality agreement. Confidentiality agreement. Revised confidentiality agreement. Case data and information. Confirming data receipt. Regarding reference profiles. Reference profiles, reference profiles, preliminary results. Everything's blocked out. Preliminary results, preliminary results. Requesting case report, requesting case report, requesting case report. Regarding reference profiles. See, there's no actual, like, info, really. Case report disclosure. Everything is blocked out. And it does it for, like, quite a bit, all the way to here. And then let's see. There's more here. And the rest of this is like a bunch of sciencey stuff. But see, like we went through, we have what was sent off to Othram in full. We did an entire live where we went over the actual forensic breakdown of the amounts, what they did to magnify the sample, everything. Why we can't see all of this, I don't know. But as you can see under my face, there's nothing but pages and pages and pages and pages of blacked out information. Let's see how long this goes, because this is 350 pages. Let's see how far it goes. Okay, so it stops right here at 162. Now, this is Mark Perlin that works for the company, True Allele and Cybergenetics. Like, they're the ones who went in and did all the testing for things. So this is all the same stuff. This is where it goes into all of the other scientific things, talking about the genotypes, giving you all of the definitions, giving you the formulas that they use. This is basically like a science lesson in this information right here. But all of the actual specifics, they're not letting us see any of that. But this is literally like someone coming in here and like teaching you stuff about it, giving you the literal everything, like the literal science verbiage exactly for everything that they actually did here. And it stops here where it says, this is from him again, Mark Perlin, July 10th, 2017. So this is just stuff that he wrote. Okay, let's see. I don't know if there's actually anything in way of the case and the rest of this stuff. Like there's also like the entire like crime lab protocol book connected to one of these as well that makes the file really, really big. Yeah, see, this is again just like a science lesson. I wouldn't mind going in and like reading this kind of stuff, like verbatim as it being an attachment in the court file and just reading this out like an audiobook on that archive channel. I think I'll send the information out for the archive channel after I have my because you know how I'm trying to make like another intro, and I've like y'all see like a little segment of like how I'm trying to the direction I'm going with it. You know what I mean? So I think once that entire like 5-minute countdown intro is completed, because I'm trying to get like the entire story for the countdown for whenever people are coming into the live. And so I think once that's actually done, I'll premiere that as like a small little like mini documentary, I guess, on that channel to premiere it, just so that you guys know that at that point, like I'm going to start posting everything. And I mean like the pressers, and then also like having like pop-ups and things in there that also show like what was false, you know, what was actually true, what stayed true. Like I just want it to be all of the facts, all of the video camera, all the facts, all the everything, all of the interviews from the families, all of it. Like I just want it to be like the straight up, not my face, just the information kind of archive. I think all of the rest of this is all like learning material. Yeah. So see, this is 350 pages of not a lot of actual very specific information, just a big, huge file. But again, if you want to learn about this kind of stuff, then reading this and studying the verbiage and going in and actually getting the definitions down, like this would be a really good tool for that. And see, this isn't specific either. This is just an example that they're using. There's no names connected to any of this. Yeah, see, these are all just examples that they're using in order to like teach you about this kind of stuff. Oh, no way. That's you. Hell yeah. That's awesome. Okay, cool. So just tell me what you want and I'll get it sent out. Yeah, I'm going to start doing those little quizzes. You better start taking notes. I ain't doing all of this for nothing. I need y'all to retain some ish. Yeah, this is all like learning material at this point. Okay. So this one right here is from Josiah Roloff. We have heard that name before. Digital forensic expert, may testify for the defense. It says it's anticipated that Mr. Roloff will testify as an expert regarding digital forensics. Mr. Roloff's opinion/testimony will be based on his experience, education, trainings as detailed in his curriculum vitae, which is included with this response as Exhibit D12C. Specifically, testimony will cover cellular device downloads, digital device imaging/extraction processes, third-party electronic service provider discovery, and social media downloads. And then see how a lot of this now is going to be educational background. It starts off in October 2023. They were retained by Ann Taylor to work on the case. Okay, so this is like, let's see. My office has been provided with all current government-produced discovery, which includes forensic extractions taken from mobile and general computing devices, electronic server provider, warrant returns, and government digital forensic expert reports and disclosure. Analysis of the produced electronic data sets has been conducted to analyze and create timelines, review the context surrounding specific activity, and generate patterns of life conclusions. Analysis is ongoing and anticipated to be responsive to future government expert reports and/or disclosures. Okay. So then are we going to get into any information, or are we still just like... So he's Celebrite certified. That's interesting. Malware certified. Okay, that's cool. How much of this is 24 pages, so how much of this is just his credentials and no opinion? See, and then we get into his partner, another partner, Eric Hernandez. See, this is just credentials. There's no actual opinion here. So let me rename credentials only. Okay. Kathleen Bright Birnbaum is a latent print expert. This is 27 pages. Well, okay, so it says that the testimony that she might provide is regarding scene processing, which includes but is not limited to latent prints. It is anticipated that Ms. Birnbaum may testify in the following areas: scene processing and collection of evidence, including but not limited to processing items for latent prints. She will also testify as to the format needed to perform print comparisons, as well as the accepted methodology of fingerprint examination, her independent examination and comparison of latent prints, exemplars, and print comparison collected in this case. Ms. Bright Birnbaum will testify regarding observations of potential areas for detection, preservation, and or processing impression evidence, as well as areas that were overlooked and or potentially damaged / contaminated for potential processing for latent prints. Okay, so let's see. Is this her actual report? Okay. Examination and review of digital copies of latent prints, lifts, photographs, and comparison in the case of Bryan C. Kohberger. Review of submitted disclosures and reports regarding the processing of the assault and murder scene of Ethan Chapin, Kaylee Goncalves, and Kernodle, Maddie Mogen. Prepared at the request of Ann Taylor. Okay, so now here's all the qualifications. But let's see. Qualifications and the items that she was sent. Okay, so case material considered. Field reports, latent print examination, digital copy of photographs of K-bar, leather knife sheath, digital copy of latent print from lower pane of south kitchen window. South kitchen window. So for item 35.1, they didn't get any images, and 35.2, they didn't get any images, but why is it in here then? Why is it in here then if you didn't get a picture of it? And why didn't you get a picture of it? Why didn't the defense send in pictures of 31.1 and 35.2? I don't know exactly what 35.1 is. I'd have to go in to the report and figure that out, which we'll do when we go through this like in full in its own live. But for them not to give the print for the metal leg of Kernodle's table in the bedroom when we saw all those prints on there is kind of crazy. Digital copies, digital copies, digital copy, digital copy, digital copy, digital copy. And then digital copies of everybody's exemplars. See, it's really interesting to me that Connor's name is in so much stuff. Connor's name is in so many things. Like, I understand why Jax is, like Showalter's is, but it's crazy to me that Connor is just like everywhere. Dash cam video of scene of noons. I don't know what that was necessary for. Because all he does is pull up and then like he parks the car. So I don't know. Okay. So then we have agency examination, opinion, and basis for my opinion. Okay, let's see. This is for the K-bar knife sheath with the logo. Print processing, no latent prints were observed. Images appear to be, okay, hold on. The images received can only be viewed in the multi-page PDF of the Idaho State Police Forensic Latent Print Analysis Notes. The images appear to be prior to the above processing methods, as I did not observe any signs of powder or staining. I was not given the opportunity to do my own analysis of item 1 after fingerprint processing was completed, as I did not receive nor locate the requested images. The images were requested in a format conducive to making my own determination of the processing results. What? The images could only be viewed through a multi-page PDF from the Idaho State Police lab notes. High-quality photographs or scans of all fingerprint evidence in the case were requested. Scans should be made at a minimum resolution of 1,000 pixels per inch and saved. Okay, but they have all of that. Like, we literally, like, I guess the dates are what matters here, but like, we know that they do have a bunch of that stuff. And like, this is a sheath. This would have been like day 1 shit. If the item was only photographed or scanned, as was the case for latent impressions developed with dye stain or chemical processes, then copies of the original data image files should be submitted. This is like when they were requesting Jack Ducour's fingerprints and they were having to tell them how to do it. Okay, well, just like right off the bat, I'm just like, what? Yeah, there's going to be a lot in here in way of prints. But they didn't really like pick up anything that went anywhere. And if she's just looking at like prints on the table, like, I mean, prints and like photographs, and they didn't let her actually like see anything or do her own exam of stuff, like, how is she supposed to know exactly? Keystone Light Beer. There's just a bunch of, yeah, they were preserved. I still just don't understand why she needed the dash cam video of the car, of Nunes' car. List of times and locations derived from body cam video. Okay, so it's body cam, not dash cam then. Because body cam is where you're going to see like him walking through the house. 218 front door itself, edges, door knob, etc. 220 items strewn on stairs. 5 cans, a cup, banisters, railings. Yeah, this is body cam, not dash cam. That's mislabeled. 227 living room area. Red plastic cups on floor and table. Beer bottle on white plastic table. Whiskey bottle on floor next to couch. 233, 244 bedroom door. All surfaces of door, including doorknob. Knife on table by ping pong cup. Top of half wall railing. White plastic table covering on pong cup game. And then I missed this one up here. Bedside nightstand, beer can on desk vanity, can by edge of front door open, all ground level windows, bedside table 3rd floor, walls by the bed, bathroom door, entrance walls, railings and walls up on the 3rd floor. Observe if any bloody fingerprints, handprints on sheets, paper lying on the kitchen floor, sliding glass door and window, both inside and outside. Window screen lying outside on the ground, door frame of slider in kitchen, what appears to be shoe impressions in both snow coming and going from the kitchen sliding door. So she's watching all of that on Nunes' body cam then. And I'm guessing this would be when he left to go get the search warrant, I guess, because we know that he ran to go do that. And then the rest of this is, I'm going to assume, her credentials. Yeah. Okay, so then we have Kevin and Carol Pedin that do mobile forensics. Basically, it's the defense's version of Cellbrite, because you know how they're a married couple. So it's basically like that same thing. Thank you for the 2, Sharon. Sorry, fun police. Please remember stress kills. Yes, I know. Woosah. Woosah. I know. Hey, thank you for the 5, Angie. Thank you for Awesome Lives. Very entertaining, but very real. Love you. Thank you for being here. I appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, there's just so much information tonight. And I want to be able to like skim through as much as we can. And then, of course, definitely take our time to read through the specifics. But you see how much I need to like remove because we don't need to read through their credentials. So again, this is Carol Pedin and Kevin. I think it's Kevin and Carol Pedin. They are the defense's version of Cellbrite when it comes to mobile and digital forensics. It says it's anticipated that Miss Pedin, well, I don't know why it's MS, because as far as I'm understanding, they are a married couple. Miss Pedin may testify in the following areas: examination and analysis of the data or lack of data on the Windows PC and laptop belonging to the defendant, user behavior, actions, and patterns seen upon review of the Windows PC and laptops seized in this case, use of VPNs, browsers, apps, or software programs on the devices seized in this case, use, activity, movement, and habits of Bryan Kohberger's laptop computer, desktop computer, and mobile devices, use, activity, and movement of Bethany Funk, Dylan Mortensen, Maddie Mogen, Xana Kernodle, Kaylee Goncalves, and Ethan Chapin for mobile devices and social media. And then, let's see. Ms. Pedin may testify to the following: the eraser.dll file on Bryan Kohberger's Acer laptop was not used as suggested in the state's expert disclosure. Yeah, actually, remember the Cellbrite panel that we watched, where I don't remember exactly where they were. It wasn't CrimeCon. It was something else. But they were there with Jeff Tanzola, who is an FBI officer for Pennsylvania that was like helping them with the whole situation. And they said that they could not I guess, exclude the possibility, meaning they know that this is exactly what happened, let's be serious, that after the device was taken into evidence, that an IT person is not the one who ran that eraser program. Basically, they're saying Kohberger is not the one who ran this system to do this whole like eraser thing. This was done by somebody after it was already in custody. So they can't say that Bryan sat there and erased all their stuff. Celebrate, the state's own experts have already said that's not how it happened. It happened by a tech after the fact. All forensic data extractions and social media applications provided in discovery for Bethany, for Dylan, for Maddie, for Xana, for Kaylee, and for Ethan. Oh my God, they misspelled Ethan's name. Come on now. And this is also testifying in response to testimony produced by the state relating to life patterns or habit patterns contained on devices, although what those opinions held by state witnesses is unknown at this time. We know at the end of the day, they gave us an entire list of like 40 plus devices, and they found absolutely nothing. Now, what's even more interesting is that in the 2026 little panel thing that the Goncalveses just did, which we're going to be going over this week, I know I pushed the Way Back Wednesday situation back a week because I want to keep it on Wednesday, and this was more important than going over one of their old interviews. So next Wednesday, we're going to start a Way Back Wednesday type situation where we go back to old stuff and try to see what we missed, the way that we're doing on Moscow Mondays when we're going back in with these reports. And after we're done with Moscow, then we'll start Idaho, whenever that is. We'll see it when all that happens. But for now, this is how it's going to work. We're going to go probably through the one that they did at CrimeCon this week before this next Wednesday comes up, because he says that to this day, and I mentioned this already one time, he says that to this day, they still have not gotten Kaylee's phone open. They cannot get into the phone, and that they still have not given the phone back to the Goncalveses because even though the case is over, they're not going to give the phone back until they get it open, which is interesting. I don't understand how like a 9th grade little techie boy can jailbreak every phone ever made in existence, but we've got every single agency known to freaking mankind working this case, and they can't unlock Kaylee's freaking phone. That's crazy. That's crazy. Now they want to sit there and lie about some bullshit and say that the reason why they want the phone back so bad is because people are going to FOIA the information and be able to get all of her text messages and all of her personal information and da-da-da-da. And they're lying about the rules. Because no, we can't. No, we cannot. We will not be able to FOIA the contents of Kaylee's phone if they ever jailbreak it, because it's going to be denied for an unwarranted invasion of personal privacy, the way that the majority of things in this case already are. So she's sitting there lying about the reason they want the phone back, while Steve is still telling us that a year after the plea, they still haven't been able to open that phone and they refuse to release it. That's crazy. That's crazy. And you know at this point that both sides have probably tried. You know? Like, that's wild. That's wild. So here's Kevin, and Kevin is basically was going to be saying the exact same thing. It actually says here 67 electronic devices. 67 electronic devices and third-party warrant return. So altogether, 67 different pieces of information from social media and different kinds of warrants, along with actually digging into all of the electronics. And see, it's all the same stuff. Oh, there's a couple more things on this one, actually. The use of VPNs, use including masking the IP address and encrypting personal data to prevent the slowdown of internet speeds with internet service providers, the ability to unblock streaming content with geolocation restrictions for applications such as Netflix, Prime Video, and Hulu to prevent data interception from third-party software and applications, to keep data private, to access public Wi-Fi hotspots safely,
to the use of incognito browsers to keep user activity private and to protect personal information. The Google Maps cache file stores portions of map data such as tiles of locations, searches, search suggestions, reviews, and recent directions. Now, remember also again that Celebrite even had to come out and admit that the one thing that they did find in his like Google Map history and like Google area history was something regarding Mad Greek, but it was not something that he specifically searched for. It was sort of like a restaurants near me or things to do near me type situation, and it was never even clicked on. It was just something that popped up in a search result that wasn't directly for Mad Greek. You guys have seen it. And again, that file is also on the shared Google Drive. I have a Celebrite folder because we did get that information directly from Celebrite themselves. I asked them for the file and they sent me what they were allowed to give out, which again, I have asked for other things besides selfies. And both times that I have tried to get that information, they have not responded. So maybe now that it's been over a year, maybe they'll give some more info. I really have no idea. I honestly don't. Thanks for the 2, Sharon. Sorry, it's better to have peeps who care to say, oh, I know. Look, I know I get uppity and all stressed out, girl. I know that. I know. I'm working on it. I know. Like, I know I get, like, overly aggravated. And I know that it doesn't do any good. And it, like, turns a lot of people off because, like, they don't want to just, like, hear me yelling and screaming all the time. But how can I not be yelling and screaming all the time? Like, hello, if you've like watched stuff, then you know this shit's really stressful. But I also know that, like, we've got a lot of work to do here. And I've got to be alive for several other things. This is definitely not the most important thing. But I'd like to see this through. You know, top would be, you know, make it to my youngest being a grown, you know, efficient adult. But definitely also up on the list is seeing this shit through. Because this can't all be for nothing. You know, it really just cannot all be for nothing. It just cannot. Thank you for the $4.99, Aaron. Thanks for all the hard work. Also, how do I access the Google Drive? I put the link in the thing. Let me actually hold on. Let me get the link, and I will open up YouTube and I will repost. Like, I'll post it in the chat, but then I'll pin it so that it stays up there. Hold on. I can get that done right meow. Now, it is also, just for people to know, it is also in the description box of every live. Just want to make sure this one is still working. Yeah, it is still working. So this right here is the link. Does it let me pin it from this side? No, it does not. This is the link right here, but I'm going to go in here and I'm going to pin it in the chat real fast. Yeah, I can hear myself. Okay. Replace pin message. Did it do it? Did it do it? It should have pinned it. Okay. Yeah, there's the link to the Google Drive. Everything that we have talked about, everything that we have like done, everything is in here. Minus what I haven't been able to like add yet, you know, because I've got like FOIA stuff I still need to add in there. There's a lot. There's a whole lot that I still need to add. Oh, by the way, you guys, let me tell you what happened today. Was it today? No, it was yesterday. Okay, so just let's go. Let's take a left for a second. So you guys know how I said that I wanted to get information about the threats that Judge Hippler said they had to send off to like the police because of how bad they were when the plea happened. And I said that I requested that information. So I said on 7/2/25, Judge Hippler opened the plea change hearing for Bryan Kohberger by stating there had been threats upon the court due to the sudden change of plea and that several were forwarded to law enforcement. I am formally requesting any police reports, statements, interviews, photos, videos, and any and every appropriate attachment included in this information forwarded to law enforcement by the Ada County court employees, because that's who was supposed to have been like who forwarded stuff. And I don't know who else it could have been forwarded to except Ada County. That's where that's where you are. Like, why would it go anywhere else? Okay. I got an answer yesterday that the information does not exist. Thank you for your request. In review of our systems, no records were located with the information provided in your request. So I sent back a response and I said, good evening. This was like later on in the day. Would this be the correct agency that Judge Hippler would have forwarded those to? Like if the clerk at the courthouse and he himself at his office contact email/phone were getting threats there at the Ada County courthouse, would there be another agency in which those would have been forwarded to instead of the Ada County Sheriff's Office? I just want to cover all of my bases because this was said on live TV, and I would hate to find out that a sitting judge was lying about something like this. This would have happened anytime from the evening of 6/30/25 until the start of court on 7/2/25. Thank you. And I haven't gotten a response, even though it says if I have questions, feel free to reply to this email or contact, the phone number. So that was yesterday. I didn't get a response today. Maybe I'll not really give them another day. I'll probably go ahead and call them tomorrow and just be like, hey, I need some clarification. Because if the judge came on live TV and just freaking lied, like, what if they did get threats, but like he didn't actually send them off? Because y'all know I also requested the one for Christy and Steve apparently getting death threats on their phone. I haven't gotten a response to that one yet, but I sent that one off too. And if not Ada County Sheriff's Department, with you being inside the freaking Ada County courthouse, who the frick else are you giving that to? The feds? Because in this case, who knows? In this case, who knows? So we'll see. And no, I have not gotten a response from Chicken Shit Chief Dollinger, how the frick you say his name, Dingleberry Face. I have not gotten a damn response from him. So I highly doubt I'm going to get one. Like, I think he's just a big old coward. I think Chief Dollinger is just a big ass coward. I don't think I'm going to hear from him at all. I really do not. I really don't. Thanks for the 20, Tara. One day, can we do a Doc FOIA result go through where people can like send YouTube money to you in Connor, like a drop what we can logo, get some, see what else we need to FOIA and maybe do like a live stream fundraiser thing. I actually was thinking about doing maybe something like that, but only if we can figure out a way to actually get permission somehow in order to possibly get the hair in Ethan's hand tested, the unknown DNA tested further. Like, I know it would cost a whole lot of money, but if somehow that was able to actually happen, I know that a lot of us could shut up about whatever we don't like about each other and do it for the good of whatever the hell we're actually doing here. You know what I mean? And just like come together the way that a lot of channels do to do like fundraising things for stuff like that, and just have it to where like it has a purpose. It already has a destination. There's already a set amount. We already have everything that we need planned and ready to go. Now we're just trying to fund it type thing. Now I know that there's like that master spreadsheet that Connor's still working on. I'm still working on. There's other people that are still sending information, and there's also more FOIAs and stuff happening. So it's going to be a while before we even get to the point to where I feel like we can slow down and be like, I think we've almost got everything, but let's do a comb through and double check type thing. Because there's still so much that needs to be unsealed. So it's going to be like a hot minute, I feel, before we can like really do that with like the docs itself. But I really want to know if there's like something, like there has to be like a petition, a company that would be willing to, one that's accredited, one that we can like, I don't know, there's got to be some freaking way. But then again, something might happen and all of that ends up happening before we ever even get the chance to be loud enough to get that started, because there's all kinds of shit not right here. There's all kinds of shit not right here. And there's multiple things that are going on right now. There's things that we are actively seeing and that we can actively catch up with. The EWU lawsuit, the WSU lawsuit, the stuff that's going on now with the Idaho Statesman. But we also have this leak situation. There's all kinds of things happening on top of, hopefully, something's going to happen with this mess. So, I mean, like, honestly, I'm just like fingers crossed that somebody actually, like, from the damn Supreme Court or something pays attention to what's going on here and cracks open some files and decides to take a look, because what else are they for? That's what the Supreme Court is for. They're basically like looking down on everyone to make sure that they're doing the right freaking thing, and they can intervene at any time they want to. Like, come on. Let's quit playing games. Let's quit playing games. So stupid. I'm so tired of it. Hey, Dago. I am so tired of it. Okay. Let's get back to what we were looking at. All right, here is Leah Larkin. We know Leah Larkin because she has come out and testified. She's actually, I'm pretty sure it was Leah Larkin. I know Becca Barlow came in and talked about some stuff, and then she ended up becoming an attorney for the team. But I'm pretty positive that it was Leah Larkin that we saw get on the stand and mention how the FBI profile was ginormous, and that after all the years that she has been doing this, she didn't understand how their file got like that based off of the original file that came from Othram. It did not, the math did not math literally, quite literally in that situation. Nothing ever came of that. Not that I can remember, a resolution, an answer, a reasoning that made a lot of sense. All they really did was have somebody come up on the stand and tell us how they basically run it like a scanner, filling in blank spaces until they have something satisfactory. That's all it is. They're trying, it's an estimated guesstimation on what actually goes into those little bitty empty pieces. They don't really know. They're taking the things around it that they think that they do know, and they're trying to see what scientifically and mathematically, based off of everything that we already have in these databases, would normally go in there. But they don't really know. People that have ran DNA and IgG websites and stuff have come out and literally said, if you pay attention to the terms and conditions and you actually read what you're signing into, you'll see that it tells you this is not an exact science and that it's for entertainment only. So there's a lot, you know, there too. Not to say that the machines where they can actually go in and compare alleles and genomes and all those things are not actual. I mean, like when they're telling you, oh, like you came from this country from all this far long ago. You know, twins have taken those tests and coming back with completely opposite ethnicities and cultural backgrounds. Like the things are such a joke. They're such a joke. I also want to go back and watch testimonies. That's another thing that I want to put on the archive channel, but I want like stuff to pop up on the screen of like the receipts of everything that they have said and everything that has gotten released since then, and like where everything that they said ended up going. You know what I mean? I want to make it like real specific. Like no detail left undetailed is how I want it. So this was what Leah Larkin was supposed to be testifying to. Genetic genealogy and autosomal, that's not how you say that. My brain just went blank. You know what? I'm going to make it tell me how to say that. My brain cannot pronounce that word. Pronunciation. Autosomal. Yeah, my brain wasn't going there. My brain kept saying over and over autosomal instead of actually saying the word. What was it again? Autosomal. Okay. Autosomal DNA. Better her than me. Holy shit. Forensic applications of DNA technology. Department of Justice interim policy on forensic genetic genealogy and privacy concerns. The manner in which genetic genealogy was conducted in this case, including the databases searched and the privacy policies of those databases. Violation of the DOJ policy. Now, let me tell you why that new DOJ thing that just happened with that Hunter case that people are talking about in way of post-conviction relief is interesting. The DOJ is where apparently this whole post-conviction relief change is coming from, and they are the ones who did this crazy shit in this case to the point to where the DOJ rules being broken are the exact reason why the judge directed both sides to get together and come up with a narrative that they can sleep with at night. because the DOJ policies being broken and the FBI being involved in the case was going to throw the jury for a loop, and they instantly were not going to trust anything. So I don't know if they took the mistakes that they have seen be exposed in this case, and they are trying to like make amends for it in some way by changing. I feel like they know for a fact that this shit has been going on for a long time. I think that they are trying to save face for the fact that the FBI going in and breaking all of their own rules in order to get so-say results, not really results. This is like the only one that we've been able to confirm that it has happened in. The judge admitted it happened. He just said that it was constitutionally unimportant. So yeah, it happened, but it didn't matter. We've now seen this happen. How many cases do you think this shit's happened in and we have no clue? So I know that there's always some ulterior bullshit going on in the background. So I have sat here and I have wondered about this sudden change and who is involved in it, and think back to this case and all the things that we don't know. And I am seriously wondering, are they trying to make amends in their own way by changing some of these rules because they know that a lot of these post-conviction reliefs are needed? Because of rules that they've allowed their own people to break without punishment, they continue to just let it happen, and they'd rather just deal with the consequences later because at least it shows in the media they got their man. I don't trust any of this shit. I don't care how crazy I sound. I've seen enough. I've seen enough to know that I'm not going to sit here and just not try to put pieces together, because that's just not going to happen. Forensic, genetic, genealogical, DNA analysis, and law enforcement restrictions to information contained in genealogy databases. And here is some more of her sort of like telling you exactly what FGG is, what the family trees are. Yeah, this is more like if you want to learn about this shit, read this report. If you want to learn about GEDmatch and FGG matching and how all of this stuff works, read this report. This is about, yeah, here's the interim policy for FGG. Okay, so then it goes into the role of what she was doing in the case. I was engaged by Mr. Kohberger's legal defense team on July 27th, 2023. So a month and a half or so, 2 months or so after the grand jury, to provide my expert opinion on the FGG performed in this case. My ability to do so that has been hampered by an ongoing lack of disclosure regarding these materials. As of the date of this report, and remember this is January 23rd, 2025, that this is being posted to the file. So I don't exactly know if there's a date. Maybe at the bottom there's a date of when she signed it. But we know that these were posted to the court in January of 2025. As of the date of this report, the defense still has not received all of the materials necessary for me to do a full evaluation of the FGG work. Obtaining the underlying FGG documents via discovery has been an extremely involved and drawn-out process. While some of the requested documents have been produced, many others either have not been provided at all, or the defense has been prohibited by court order from using them to full effect. Now, this was also after they were already allowed certain pieces from Latell County. I don't remember exactly what ended up happening after this, if anything, when it comes to the IGG. Because I know that Ann Taylor also said that because this was a death penalty case, that they had to do their own IGG work and they couldn't reference any of the other IGG stuff. It had to be a completely separate situation. I wonder if they have it all now. I wonder if they have everything now. Probably not. I don't know. Probably not. For example, oh wait, hold on. Obtaining the underlying FGG documents via discovery has been an extremely involved and drawn-out process. While some of the requested documents have been produced, many others either have not been provided at all, or the defense has been prohibited by court order from using them to full effect. For example, Othram either did not preserve its protocols, standard operating procedures, validation summaries, error logs, bench notes, and analytical data files as an accredited lab would, or if it did, what it passed on to the FBI has not been produced. And there's a 20 And it says an accredited lab would maintain these records. Now, I don't honestly know if we talked about this separately or not, but I'm pretty positive that we were reading that at the time this happened, that Othram was not technically accredited. Like, they were contracted, but they weren't technically accredited. And if that is the actual case, that's a huge issue. I know that we read that. I'm pretty positive we read that at some point going through some of the other files, but it's been like a hot minute. It's been a hot minute. Even though Othram was under instruction to preserve the whole genome profile that you have generated in this case, any remaining DNA extract, if existing, any data generated on this case, any other records they have on this case, and anything else laid out in the state contract with Idaho, that work has never been shared with the defense. And number 21 says a bait number from State of Idaho versus Bryan C. Kohberger. So something that they produced. The FBI did not preserve its work in a way that allows me to evaluate their genealogical analysis, which is the definite first thing that we heard, is that there was like nothing really at all from the feds, which is crazy. Typically, a genealogist builds a research tree using genealogical software. The contents of that tree can be exported as a GEDCOM file. And then it says Family Search GEDCOM, and then there's like a website, and it says it was accessed January 20th, 2025. In addition, genetic genealogists typically download and store a list of DNA matches from each matching database for preservation or for use offline. These files include the name or alias of each DNA match, an email address, the amount of shared DNA, the size of the longest shared DNA segment, and other information. If the FBI preserved these standard items, it did not disclose them to the defense. The prosecution produced 2 S&P profiles, one labeled Othram profile and one labeled FBI S&P profile. These profiles are simple text files. Okay, so this is what Leah Larkin had been talking about. These profiles are simple text files that can be opened in any text editor. A complete set of the underlying data for these 2 profiles has never been produced in this case. In fact, the defense has not been provided with protocols and procedures explaining what type of analysis was done to generate either data file. Othram advertises forensic grade genome sequencing, but based on the size of their data file, they may have done a microarray rather than WGS. And then 23 down here says the Othram DNA profile has 637,469 SNPs. The Infinium Global Screening Array, the standard microarray done by most genetic genealogy companies, tests 654,027 SNPs. That's a lot. Okay. That's like a crazy lot of profiles. Okay. The FBI file is more than twice the size of the Othram one, so presumably they used bioinformatics to create new information. That's exactly what I just said. It's literally like a printer pin, like a 3D printer. It just scans over and over and over and tries to guess as best as it can what actually goes in the missing spaces based off what is around it, and comparing it to profiles that are already out there on the internet or whatever, like the internet databases that they're accessing. They're reading the way that they are, and they're just trying to guess it and match it as much as possible. It's basically an AI program, if you really want to get down into what it really is. It's a program. It's a computer program that is taught to read as it goes in new information. Without access to the original data, the defense cannot adequately evaluate the scientific work. The court order specifically prohibited the defense from contacting anyone named in the family tree. Thus, I could not corroborate that those individuals, whether the family relationships in the tree were biologically accurate, whether they had consented to forensic matching, or whether they were found in approved databases under the Department of Justice policy. So the defense was not allowed to contact the people, even if Othram had already contacted them, which we know that they did contact 4 brothers that were considered a distant relative of the profile. And we know that the one that they contacted said no. Was there more that they contacted that we just don't know about? Like, why wouldn't they be able to contact the people that were already contacted? I would love to hear from the person that got reached out to. I really would. I would love to hear from the person they reached out to. On August 26, 2024, in response to the order on defendants' 4th and 5th motions to compel discovery, specifically the name of each database where each match was found, the FBI admitted that it used MyHeritage as well as the layperson portal at GEDmatch. And these are just Bates numbers, the next 3 footnotes, so we don't really need to go back and look at those. Both genealogy services explicitly exclude law enforcement. The FBI did not specify which matches were found using these prohibited databases, nor did they provide other information requested that would help me assess the reliability of those matches in focusing the investigation on Mr. Kohberger. And then it talks about how the FBI violated the rule. In March 2024, I reviewed discovery materials that had been provided to me. Based on that review, I was reasonably certain that the FBI had search databases they were forbidden to use. This was later confirmed to be true by the FBI. In so doing, they violated the Department of Justice interim policy on FGG as well as the contractual terms of service of the databases they searched. Othram was contracted to produce a S&P profile from the crime scene sample, upload it to approved genealogy databases, and perform genealogical research. They uploaded, this is like right in my face, they uploaded, I can't turn it down anymore. They uploaded the crime scene profile to Family Tree DNA and GEDmatch Pro, the 2 main databases that allow forensic genetic genealogy searches, FGGs, on or before December 8th, 2022. So Othram had, that's like really far. What date was it? Let me check this. Oh, I didn't get my stuff today. So yesterday I paid for the rest of the stuff when it came to Blaker going down to Othram, you know, with the profile. Oh, hold on. And I should have gotten it today because I paid it yesterday and they haven't released it. Normally we get it like the next day. I didn't get it today. But they're saying that they uploaded the profile on December 8th. He brought the sample down on 11/22. They left on 11/21 and they got to Houston on the 22nd, November 22nd. So, damn, Othram had the sample from ISP and it took them that long just to create the actual profile? How many days is that? How many days is that? 8 days in 8 days from the 22nd to the 30th of November. 16 days. It took them 16 days. It took them 16 days to take the profile and actually create the S&P portion of the whole damn thing. They literally, in one of their interviews, said that they promised them like a 72-hour turnaround time. Well, we also know that like, 18 days later, I think it was, they had nothing, which is why the FBI ended up taking over because Othram failed, which is why I don't understand why the hell Stacey Chapin sits there and kisses their asses, talks to them like they're besties, even though the Goncalveses are now like, oh, Othram this and Othram that, because now they're getting into DNA too. Othram did not do anything. Othram failed. And Othram is taking the panels at CrimeCon. They're going on interviews. They're getting all of these kudos and all of this bullshit attention. And they failed. They did not do anything in this case. Isn't that crazy as shit? Isn't that insane? Oh my God. Like, it's so crazy. It's so crazy. And no one is even like interviewing them the honest way and being like, okay, but you didn't actually produce anything. The FBI took over because you suck. I'm like, what? It's so wild. It's so freaking wild. Okay. So 16 days after they actually got the information sample from Blaker, they finally put information into the databases, the Family Tree DNA into GEDmatch Pro. I have no reason to believe that Othram did not follow the appropriate protocols to access those two databases. Othram was ordered to cease work on this case on December the 10th, 2022. That's the date we've heard before, as they prepared a preliminary report 6 days later. So on the 16th. Based on that report, the most informative matches were RK. Oh, we have initials. Why is it a K? Hold on a minute. They told us that the matches that were considered cousins did not share the same last name. RK, K would be Kohberger probably. RK and HS are third cousins to one another and share a second great grandparents, Clark Lewis Tyler, that passed away in 1910, and Ellen Burke, that passed away in 1927. The most likely possibilities were that the unknown subject was descended from one of the 8 children of the Tyler Burke marriage, or from a sibling of either Clark Tyler or Ellen Burke. Othram recommended testing a descendant of another Tyler Burke child. That step could have taken weeks or months and would not have led directly to Bryan Kohberger because he is a descendant from a different sibling altogether. So they were going to do all of that for literally nothing in the first place. Othram recommended testing a grandchild of John Ansel Taylor, who passed away in 1968. Bryan Kohberger is descended from John Ansel Tyler's sister, who passed away in 1948. Even with rush pricing, the crime scene kit in this case took 15 days from arrival at Othram's lab on 11/22/22 to being available in the database on 12/7. But you just said that they uploaded it on the 8th, which would have made it 16 days. So now I'm confuzzled, but okay. Contacting the Tyler Burke descendants and getting consent for testing would have added to the turnaround time, so we can safely assume that it would have taken weeks or months. Interesting. Instead, shortly after a verbal communication between David Middleman of Othram and Matthew Gammett of the Idaho State Police Forensic Services, Idaho and federal law enforcement asked the FBI Investigative Genetic Genealogy West Region team to help with the case. Number 30 is a Bates number. The FBI's Los Angeles team, now we know who it was. LA. The FBI's Los Angeles team began building a family tree on December 13th and had named Bryan Kohberger as a suspect by 19 September 2022. And again, it's just a Bates number. In my opinion, the FBI identified Mr. Kohberger in just 6 days because they violated the Department of Justice policy on FGG, as well as the terms of service for multiple databases, and uploaded a modified DNA profile under a fictitious name to databases or database portals they were forbidden to use. We did hear that before, that they created a fake person and attached their modified profile to it, and then ran that fake modified profile through the system. Yep, I remember that being exactly what was said before. I came to this conclusion based on several pieces of evidence. Number 1, 2 S&P profiles were provided in the discovery materials, one labeled Othram profile and one labeled FBI S&P profile. They are not the same, and the defense does not have access to the protocols and procedures used to generate either file. The Othram file contains 637,469 S&Ps, while the FBI file contained 1.5 million S&Ps. 1,543,086 to be exact. Okay. Othram uploaded their file to Family Tree DNA and GEDmatch Pro on or before December 8th, 2022, because the file was already in the databases allowed by DOJ policy. There was no need for a second DNA data file. Although there was no need for a second DNA data file, the FBI appears to have modified Othram's file using bioinformatics, more than doubling its size, presumably so this manipulated file could be uploaded to the same or other databases. No information was provided to the defense explaining how more than 900,000 SNPs of data were created. The DNA profile that created Bryan Kohberger is literally non-existent. It was manufactured in the lab. It was manufactured in a lab. An email dated December 14th, 2022, between a redacted sender and recipients shows a match of 91 cm between a GEDmatch user with the alias SC. Now, remember, we saw this part before. Anyone who's been here from the beginning knows that we've seen these initials before. And the crime scene profile. Othram would have reported the match to SC if they'd seen it. Instead, the highest match they reported was 70.7 cm. So this one right here was higher than this one, but this one at 70 is the only one that they actually reported. Okay. When I reviewed the provided discovery on March 4th, 2024, SC was opted out of forensic matching, meaning that SC should have been invisible to the profile that Othram uploaded. Again, this suggests that the FBI uploaded their manipulated profile through the lay person portal at GEDmatch so they could see people who had not consented to forensic matching. This would have violated both the DOJ policy and the terms of service at GEDmatch. The layperson GEDmatch system works like a window, such that two people who match can view one another from either perspective. Person A can see person B in their match list, and they can also see themselves in person B's match list. GEDmatch Pro, however, works like a one-way mirror. Forensic kits can see lay people who have opted in to forensic matching, but the lay people cannot see the forensic kit. The screenshot in the December 14th, 2022 email, however, is taken from the perspective of SC and shows the forensic kit, and it shouldn't be able to. That should be impossible. That this forensic kit was visible to SC's matches suggests it was uploaded through a regular layperson GEDmatch portal so the FBI could see kits that had not consented to forensic matching. GEDmatch shows how many days each kit has been in the database. Othram uploaded their DNA profile on or before 8th December 2022, so it would have been 6 to 7 days old by the time the screenshot was taken on December 14th of 2022. However, the forensic kit in the screenshot had been in the GEDmatch database for only 1 day. And it says, actually, it looks like we skipped number 32. Where was number 32? Up here for databases. So number 32 says, notably, Othram does not appear to have provided their S&P file directly to the FBI. Rather, David Middleman, who is the husband of the couple, the one who looked high as hell in that one interview and lied, saying that there was I don't know why they keep saying that there was hardly any DNA. Oh my God, there was so much DNA. No, there wasn't. And you were not even privy to the original amounts. You literally were handed a sample and told to do your job. What you were given was amplified for use of your lab. There was not, oh my God, so much DNA. Freaking little weird liar. Rather, David Middleman, CEO of Othram, explained to Blank from the FBI in an email dated December 11, 2022, that the SNP calls can be pulled from FTDNA by downloading the raw data file. So Othram never actually sent what they did over to the FBI. They just told the FBI where they could download it. Interesting. I didn't know that. I thought that they sent stuff over to Idaho, or Idaho instructed them to pack everything up and literally send everything over to the feds. Instead, they're like, oh, it's there. Just download it yourself. Okay. This is so freaking detailed. I know that we've heard a lot of this before, but reading it like this, with the 1.5 million S&Ps versus the 637,000, with the proof that this person should not be able to see the forensic kit from their side because the screenshots are proving that this is all bullshit. I remember looking at some of that stuff from before. I'm so glad that they have this full thing out here now, because we definitely did not read this before. This is not, the very detailed details are not ringing a bell. But some of the generalized information is. Check my phone real quick, because Dad's driving. Okay. Okay, let's see. Okay. However, the forensic kit in the screenshot had been in the JED match database for only 1 day. It does not appear to be the same kit that Othram uploaded. The FBI found 2 key matches that Othram did not find. This one with 250 cm with JS as the freaking initials. Wouldn't that be some crazy shit if Kohberger and Jack Showalter are related? And the reason why it ended up coming up with a Bryan Kohberger profile is because they're related, and it was trying to fill in the blanks from it actually being Jack Showalter's. Food for thought, I guess. AV, which had 107, and it says, I have used their initials to protect their privacy. Yeah, that's fine. I don't really want to know everybody's names. I just really wish that the one person that was contacted would just come forward and be yeah, I'm the one who they called. That was me. That'd be kind of cool to hear from them, I guess. Again, had Othram seen these matches, they would have included them in their preliminary report rather than focusing on more distant matches and recommending a prolonged strategy to advance the case. The FBI said they found more than 20,000 matches, which is not possible from just the Family Tree DNA and GEDmatch Pro databases. GEDmatch caps the match list at 3,000, and I typically see 3,000 to 6,000 matches at Family Tree DNA for someone of mixed Italian ancestry. That's fewer than 10,000 matches total, whereas the FBI says they found more than 20,000. I suspected they had uploaded their modified file to the Israeli company MyHeritage, which explicitly forbids forensic searches in their database. This would violate the DOJ policy for FGG. What's 37? The MyHeritage terms and conditions in effect as of 9 November 2022 read, using the DNA services for law enforcement purposes, forensic examinations, criminal investigations, cold case investigations, identification of unknown deceased people, location of relatives of deceased people, using cadaver DNA and or all similar purposes is strictly prohibited unless a court order is obtained. It is our policy to resist law enforcement inquiries to protect the privacy of our customers. And this was taken from their website on January 4th, 2025. Ultimately, in response to the order of defendants' 4th and 5th motions to compel discovery, the FBI admitted to using both MyHeritage and GEDmatch, the layperson version, in direct violation of the Department of Justice policy. Whether they also uploaded through the layperson portal at Family Tree DNA is unclear. The genetic genealogy analysis in this case. As noted above, the 2 DNA matches that Othram reported, RK and HS, led to Clark Lewis Tyler, who passed away in 1910, and his wife Ellen Burke, who passed away in 1927. They were the 2nd great-grandparents of RK and HS, and the 3rd great-grandparents of Bryan Kohberger. They potentially have hundreds of living descendants who would match RK and HS at 70.7 cm and 60 cm, respectively. A 3rd match at 36 cm is the first cousin of RK. So I thought they said it was 4 brothers that were distant cousins. I'm not seeing where they're saying 4 actual brothers. You know what I mean? I'm not seeing that at all. I'm not seeing that. A single DNA match, JS, helped to narrow the search for Mr. Kohberger's great-grandparents. Although the defendant's 5th motion to compel discovery from April 15th, 2024, item number 15, requested the name of each database from which each match was identified, that information was not provided to the defense. JS was most likely found in the MyHeritage database. I base that inference on the facts that Othram did not report this match from the permitted databases, Family Tree DNA and GEDmatch Pro, and that MyHeritage has more than twice as many layperson DNA profiles as both Family Tree DNA and GEDmatch combined. Both MyHeritage and the DOJ policy prohibit the use of this database for forensic searches. One other DNA match was used to focus the search on Mr. Kohberger's grandparents. AV was reported to share 107 cm with the forensic sample. I believe AV tested also at MyHeritage for the reasons described above. I have 2 other concerns about this match. First, AV is of Italian descent, and many Italians are from That's not in. I don't know what this word is. That's not indigenous. Endogamous? What the frick? Endogamous. Okay. Many Italians are from endogamous regions. Endogamy can cause matches to share more DNA than expected based on the closest relationship. Second, in my experience, the matching algorithm at MyHeritage often inflates matches, reporting more shared DNA than any other databases for the same two individuals, meaning that they aren't as detailed or specific. It's more broad and vague and not as special, I guess. In other words, it is possible that AV shares 107 cm with the forensic sample, not because there is a direct relationship, but because they have multiple distant ancestors from the same region in Italy because of MyHeritage's algorithm, or both. One way to evaluate whether endogamous matches are related within the time frame proposed is to consider not just the total amount of shared DNA, but also the number of shared DNA segments and the size of the longest segment. Although this information was requested in defendant's fifth motion to compel discovery from April 15th, 2024, it was not provided. No matches to the forensic sample were related through Bryan Kohberger's mother. In other words, even if the matches to JS and AV were obtained legitimately, and even if the match to AV was not affected by endogamy, the FGG search did not identify Mr. Kohberger. Several other men in the extended Kohberger family fit those DNA matches. To summarize, FGG is a multidisciplinary process that can involve multiple entities, dozens of analysts, and many opportunities for error or miscommunication. A forensic investigator typically samples the crime scene. The laboratory analysis, microarray or WGS, and bioinformatics are outsourced to private for-profit companies whose standard operating procedure protocols, software, and error rates are often proprietary. Sorry, I just want to make sure it's not my dad when my phone lights up. DNA-based relationships estimation is inherently imprecise, and genetic genealogists have different skill levels. C.C. Moore, we read an article from her a long time ago about IgG in this case, a leader in the field, has described FGG as the Wild West because of the lack of accountability, independent oversight, and professional and ethical standards. For a robust defense, the accused should have complete access to all records and data that should have been preserved from every phase of an IgG analysis. Mr. Kohberger's defense needs to know how the DNA data files were generated. The defense needs to know which genealogy databases were used. The defense needs to know whether endogamy is impacting the DNA interpretation. The defense needs to contact the DNA matches to confirm their relationships and consent to FGG matching. And the defense needs to know whether the Department of Justice interim policy on FGG was violated. Well, we know that it was because after this, we have the hearing. We literally just went over this. This was April 10th, 2024. I actually think I still have the clip on my archive website. Pretty sure it was April 10th, 2025 is the date of that one. Let me pull it up. Because we talked about this the other day. And so I remember I clipped like just the section. Yeah, right here. Oh, hold on a second. Oh, I'm about to open it.
Let's talk about what I hope.
Let me finish reading this because this document's almost over. You see we're at the end, and then I'll play the clip. Because when was this signed? I know that it was filed again January 23rd, 2025, but I don't know the date that she actually wrote it. I'm sure it was like right before that. But again, like a few months later, they admitted this shit. Like, Actually, no, it's the clip that I have is him. I'm not going to play it. That's not the right one. The clip that I have is them saying, to change the situation. I'm going to go back in, and tomorrow I'll have the clip where he says that it was constitutionally unimportant about the laws being broken. I don't think it's in the April 10th, 2025 clip. Now that I'm going back and thinking about it. I think it was a different hearing. Okay. It might have been the same one. I'm not going to waste y'all's time with it though, in case it's the wrong thing. So I'll get it and we'll talk about it when we talk about this document also later. Okay. Okay. In conclusion, my review of the discovery thus far indicates that Othram genealogist could not identify Mr. Kohberger. The FBI then took over the case, modified the original S&P data file, and uploaded their version to forbidden databases in violation of the DOJ policy and the terms of service of those databases. The FBI would not have identified Mr. Kohberger so quickly had they followed protocol, or like maybe at all, honestly. And then the rest of this is like her other stuff. Okay. So then we have, now this one, this one is 177 pages. And like, it's one of those ones like Paula Sutton, where we don't really have a choice but to sit down and really do this one by itself in full, because it's photographs and layouts. It's literally the reconstruction of the scene by Matthew Kernodle. So like you'll see that there's pictures and he's like looking, or he's doing all the things basically the same way that Turvey was to reconstruct the scene and figure things out, and the way that Paula Sutton was sitting there and trying to do all the blood spatter stuff. Like, as you can see, there's a lot of information in here, but also a lot of this bullshit. Let's see how much of this is like this. Like every other page. But it's also very specific too. Like it's talking about like placards 23 through 49. Like there's going to be a lot of information in here. But also a lot of this again. See? Talking about the knife sheath. Where it was tested and swabbed from. He says buckle area here. Strap and buckle area. But he's also getting his information from the same place that we're getting it. So it doesn't say that in the reports, but all right. Wow, what a weird photo. Oh, it's like a 3D rendition, I guess. Like up on the wall. This is going up to the 3rd floor. This is after they've already put the Amido black everywhere. But yeah, see, this is 134 pages. Like it's 177 pages by itself, but the report itself is 134 pages. But see, also this is so annoying. So when we go to do like this report, I'm going to try to go in and have the photos that we have from the Idaho State Police release from January 20th popped on there. We'll have that popped on there. These 3D renderings of this house are weird, but like, is it really so this is what is this like the what is it, Liz Q360? Is that what these are going to look like? Is that what these are going to look like? Interesting. I mean, they just look like really bad graphics. See, these are just photos. Talking about more diluted blood stains. Maybe there'll be some more answers to some of the ones that like Sutton skipped, because there was some that Sutton didn't. See, Sutton didn't talk about this one. This unknown, we talked about how B was also like an unknown blood stain, and I didn't understand why Sutton didn't talk about it in her report. So this one's going to be a lot more in depth, I feel, which doesn't surprise me because it's the defense side of things. Oh, look, here's the stuff about the car. Scene reconstruction of the car. Talking about Sutton's report.
Maddie's door. Yeah, I'm going to try to go in and make sure that I have the photos. So this was signed January 22nd, 2025, and was peer reviewed by Karen Green on January 22nd, 2025. And I guess this are the terms, definitions and terms. Paula Sutton did the same thing. More blood stain analysis. Yeah, this is definitely a live by itself situation. Very detailed. And I'm going to make sure that I have the photos, as many as I can, in its place. Oh my God, there's so much of this. Yeah, these little 3D things are odd looking. I mean, all it looks like is that they just took like a drone and like, you know, took a picture up high. That's all it looks like. So strange. Yeah, I think it's going to be a lot more detailed. It seems to have stuff on it that Paula Sutton skipped. But yeah, these have got to be the Liz Q360 or whatever type photos. 3D rendering of the photos. These like aerial view ones are so odd. No, I'm not used to seeing the house at that angle. See, here's more blood spatter info. Oh, look, there's the print in front of Dylan's door that they never analyzed, but still used in the PCA, even though it wasn't even looked at by the lab. See, they've got like all of the crime scene photos that they're using for this completely blocked out. I mean, we're going to be able to kind of tell. This is Xana's room. We're going to be able to tell like what they're pointing at, and hopefully I'll be able to like pull up the photos and put them in the blank spots. Like this is the edge of the desk, and here's the mirror that was in her corner. And like this would have been like where that Taco Bell looking ass bag and like the beer box was that had blood on it, like right here in that corner. I think we'll be able to match them pretty good. Everything from the reports. So basically they should be taking every damn thing that we actually looked at and like using it, because everything is like public record. They're taking everything that we now see as public record and they're doing their analysis based off of it. It doesn't look like they're getting anything. I mean, obviously there's probably some things that they're seeing that are, you know, unredacted and they're just giving it to us redacted. But when it comes to like the reports themselves and the majority of the photos, like we have the majority of that. We just don't have like the girls or Ethan's bodies, which we don't need. But everything around it, we pretty much have. Here's all the numbers that he used for things, I guess. Gray shirt with clump of hair from in front of second floor dryer. A gray shirt with a clump of hair on it in front of the second floor dryer in the bathroom? There's no way that like Xana's shirt was taken off of her by the police before her body was taken away. So the fact there's a gray shirt with a clump of hair in the bathroom, and this is the first time that we're hearing about it, is a little awkward. Pink sweats, gray towel from second floor dryer, gray shirt with clump of hair from in front of second floor dryer, and a black hoodie from inside the washing machine.
That's new, yeah. So sweats, a hoodie, and a shirt. A whole outfit. And the gray shirt has a clump of hair. Pink sweats / gray towel, second floor dryer. Gray shirt with clump of hair from in front of the second floor dryer. So does that mean like on the floor in front of the dryer? Because that's in the bathroom that shares a wall with Xana's room. Black hoodie from inside washing machine. So there was a pair of pink sweats and a gray towel in the dryer itself, a gray shirt with a clump of hair on it in front of the dryer on the floor, and then a black hoodie was inside of the washing machine, all on the second floor in the bathroom that shares a wall with Xana. I don't remember seeing pictures of these things. This gray shirt with a clump of hair on it in front of the dryer on the floor is definitely new to me. I'm going to have to go back into the reports and see if there's photos of that because I don't remember ever seeing that before, ever. Shoes and towel from the second floor bathroom floor between the shower and the vanity. The lavender bed sheet from Dylan's room. Then we have floor patterns, drywall that was cut out. We do see a lot of those in the photographs. Apparent blood side of a core box on the second floor, northeast bedroom. Yeah, that's what we just said. Blood, bathroom floor, second floor, adjacent to washer and dryer. There's blood on the bathroom floor. What? How did we miss that there was blood in the bathroom floor? I'm sorry? I'm going to look over here for a second. Why the hell are we just now finding out that there was blood on the bathroom floor? And a whole ass outfit. I know that ISP moves some stuff around, but there's nothing here. Is this ISP photos? This doesn't say if these are ISP photos or if these are Moscow police photos. And ISP didn't move stuff around until a few days afterwards. The blood on the bathroom floor was in the handwritten forensic notes from report number 11. We shall about to find out. It says on this one, they collected 29 to 30 DNA swabs. Let's see if they say anything about the bathroom floor. Center of room between bed and white. Stoop. Against base of stairs. Center of entry. Center of room. Corner of bed between bed. Something stand. Door. Tub entry wall. Living room. These are just descriptions of areas. Okay. Booties, briefing, dog was on Kaylee's bed, sliding door gets left open for dog, provided info on autopsy findings, one victim mentioned a flash of light, broken Cincy in the vacant room, broke tape seals sliding door, numerous items in scene moved during detectives processing, yeah, documented as found upon our arrival. There's the Liz Q shit right there. Living room, bathroom. Indoor staging area created on first floor. Entry. Tools, supplies brought in. Designated trash located. Jay contacted Natasha Wealth at Ada County regularly. Footwear impressions from the scene. Brand and model comparisons. Do you know what page it's on? Ooh, is this the one? Do you know what page it's on? Stains that were swabbed by speed detectives, photographs, all stains. Completely. Floor of east bedroom, presumptive testing. Second floor. Everything had been moved by detectives prior to our arrival. Bulk of contents had been moved out of the room into the second floor bathroom. Okay. In order to place ruler tape on wall, Detective Talbot assisted J.A. by moving the bed away from the wall. Care was taken to avoid disturbing bloodstains on the floor north of the bed. Ruler tape placed by J.A. to document bloodstain patterns extended down the top of baseboard. Initial photography by detectives checked in order to replace furniture as accurately as possible to document bloodstains. Furniture items, bed, nightstand, white shelf returned to their approximate locations as found upon detectives' arrival. Trash can was later moved to under desk. All evidence, swabs, zip tied inside bile bag that remained in scene overnight. Back door secured. Floor door sealed. There's nothing on this one right here. Do you guys know which page it was on? Thanks for the $4.99 White Rabbit. I love that they started a load of laundry that was still running when MPD arrived. You can hear it on some of the body cams. See, that's what I'm saying. Like that hoodie is inside. Like that, the hoodie is inside the washing machine, and then the pants are inside of the dryer. And then the gray shirt's like on the floor. And like, I understand like if they moved stuff like that, but like that, you still got stuff like inside. Like that's crazy. That's super crazy. I don't see anything. Oh wait, hold on. Second floor bathroom. Searched by WB and KH, apparent transfer stains located on the floor from items removed from second floor west bedroom. These stains were not tested. No other observations of note. Okay. So that's okay. So then why is this guy using it then? You know what I mean? Like why is he using it? Like why does his analysis have something to do with blood being on the floor if it is noted in the system that it was from them moving stuff around? He shouldn't be using that. He shouldn't be able to use that if that's the case. The same way that Payne shouldn't be able to use the latent shoe print because it wasn't tested. Look at this. Here's Exhibit 40. Blood swab collected from kitchen floor near north side cabinets, but we know that it wasn't blood. .3D scans, 3D Liz Q. So that's what those... Damn, and how much were they going to try to make her pay? It was like $7,000 or some shit for those Liz Q photos. Look how shitty they look. Like bad AI. Oh my God. Ugh. Horrible. BK scene pics. 1,115 images from scene. Why is it BK scene pics? Pre-search. Ethan Chapin folder with images. I wish we could see the hand. I wonder if they would give us like just a photo of his hand with the hair in it. Kohberger unredacted all the way up to 480. I wonder what all that is. Sutton searchable report, property evidence list combined, shoe prints, Ada County from Kohberger unredacted, crime scene Talbot report, notes packet printed by Stephanie Wilton, Tyler Machakin. No, it's yeah, okay, it's the names. It just says on and it's all connected. But this is Stephanie Wilt, Taylor Machak, Catherine Dace, Jade Miller. These are all the forensic people at ISP. Shoe print report, lab report, hair testing, FBI 3. That's it right there. This right here is the hair testing when we saw the report that the FBI filed with the report that the defense filed from the FBI lab that was done in January of 2023, and it was filed to the court in June of 2025, again, right before the plea happened. This FBI lab report talking about how the debris in Ethan's hair was, tested against Kohberger's hair. And Ethan's hand was tested against Kohberger's hair, but for some reason, even though it's being tested against hair and being kept for further, future processing, people are still wanting to argue. Like a bunch of weirdos. Duplicated images provided. I wonder what all these Kohberger photos are. Glove and scene drone view. Hall samples, scene samples. K-bar knife documentation. During the course of the reconstruction of this event, many questions were raised about the potential weapons used in this event. A K-bar USMC brand leather sheath discovered adjacent to the body of Maddie Mogen initiated many questions about the dimensions and potential performance of the type of knife marketed to go with that sheath. There is more Amazon information that we're going to get to here too. Not in this one, but like in the Amazon report. To that end, a replica K-bar USMC brand knife, K-bar item 1217, was purchased to assess and characterize the class characteristics of such a knife. Those evaluations are discussed in this review. Examination. The design of K-bar knife represented by the recovered sheath has a blade length of approximately 7 inches, has a blade width of approximately 1 1/4 inches that tapers to a point, and a blade thickness of approximately 0.0175 inches. And this is the replica knife. Like, is this the actual replica knife? Yeah, this would be the actual. I gotta get my phone. This would be the actual replica knife that was apparently purchased. It's so funny. Again, I literally just said, well, maybe if we can't get this one, then maybe maybe we can ask them for the replacement one, and maybe then we'll get some information. And then all of a sudden, maybe we're just at the point now where we're only really talking about the things that we don't have yet, and that's all that's left for them to actually release. So that's why it just seems like, timing is so weird. I don't know. It's like been happening a super lot lately. I don't know. To evaluate the type of class characteristics a knife with the replica K-bar dimensions can achieve when used to stab, test stabs were made into ballistic gelatin and the results documented. This design of knife has a point at the end that tapers to a width of approximately 1.25 inches at its widest part on the body of the blade. Testing conducted by stabbing into the gelatin showed that when a knife with these proportions were stabbed into a surface to a shallow depth, the width of the entry cut was narrow because the blade is narrower where it comes to a point. When the knife is stabbed deeply into the gelatin, the full width of the knife, approximately 1 1/4 inches, was represented on the width of the entry cut. The width of the entry cut may be wider than the width of the knife at any given stab depth due to rocking the knife forward or back during stab or withdrawal. How many times am I going to say that word? I'm pretty sure this live is going to be so restricted because I'm reading the real word, but whatever. In addition, lacerations, lateral cuts may not retain the dimensions of the stabbing instruments. Note, ballistics gelatin is a uniform substance that is not designed to replicate the elasticity of living tissue. So then why are we using something that's not going to replicate the body? If it's not going to do the correct replication because it's not created for that, why are we not using something else? Isn't that what they normally use like pigs for? Like, I'm so serious. Like, isn't that what they normally will use like pig cadavers for? skin type stuff like this. A replica K-bar knife measured, showing a blade width of approximately 1.25 inches at a distance of approximately 2 inches from the tip. So this is how far before it gets to like its actual full width of its like thickness of its blade. In this event, there was a serrated type steak knife in the living room table reported to have been acquired by a witness left after the event. By way of comparison, a typical steak knife was stabbed adjacent to the replica K-bar knife into ballistics gel, and the resultant size of stab slit produced is shown in figure 3. So they actually did do stuff with the steak knife. Is this the actual steak knife? A typical steak knife. So they didn't even use the one from the scene. It just says a typical steak knife. You could have used the one. Why didn't you use the one? How ignorant. How actually ignorant. Each was stabbed into gelatin through a skin simulant surface at the depth indicated by arrows. The wide K-bar leaves a wide stab slit. The narrow steak knife leaves a narrow slab slit. Why wouldn't you just use the one taken from the scene? When you go and do ballistics, normally you take the actual gun that was used and you load it with the bullets that you think were used, and then you shoot the damn thing, and then you check the striations. You don't typically, if you have the weapon with you, go and get a duplicate, because the duplicate could have something different. There could be an inconsistency in the way that the two things that look the same are actually put together. Why didn't you just use the actual damn knife? My God. Okay. And then it goes into his education, and I guess that's it for this part right here. Yeah, this is all the stuff and places that he's worked and whatnot. There's like 30 pages of it. All different states, all different kinds. Shootings, stabbings, all kinds of different things. All across the country, it looks like. Yeah. Okay, Rachel Orr for psychology. Now, again, a majority of the stuff is going to be blocked out because of what it is. Neuropsychological evaluation of Bryan Kohberger. Orr's opinion testimony will be based on her experience, education, and trainings as detailed in her curriculum vitae, which is included. This is a response to supplement the information in the report attached as Exhibit D7B. This basically says all the same stuff as the last one that was psychological. So this report is dated 1/22/25, Phase 1 evaluation report. Bryan Kohberger's information up here, 30-year-old male who is charged with 4 counts of murder in the first degree, 1 count of burglary, referred for neuropsychological evaluation by his defense team to characterize his functioning, assist with differential diagnosis, and provide expert opinion to the court above the findings. Bryan was informed of the limits to confidentiality and the nature and purpose of the evaluation, and he consented to the evaluation. So this is the records that were reviewed before, I guess. Mental health records, medical records, educational records, the grand jury indictment information. I would love to get my hands on that freaking file folder. My God. Law enforcement interaction videos, traffic stops. Yeah, we've seen all of these. Transport to jail after arrest. I wish we had that. I wish we had that. Now, I wonder if we could get that. I wonder if people have tried to get that. Audio and or video recordings of interviews by law enforcement. Marianne, Melissa, Michael, Amanda, Brandon, Andriola. We've heard that name before. William, Daniel Parfit, Melanie, Newelly, Wolf, Augustine, Triumph, Ada. Augustine, Triumph, Ada. Rebecca Armentrout, we've heard that name. Danishka Davina Rosa, Gabriella Best, Christian Martinez, that's the neighbor. Holly Lane, that's the girl from the party. Adam and Xavier Taylor. Micah DeMoss, Jesse Burnett, those are inmates. Subhankar Ghosh, Caitlin LaRue and Zach Cartwright, Janella Panna, Chad Moore, Mary Rose Perez, Alexandra Ferris. These are interviews that were done by law enforcement. These are a lot of names that we've never heard before. A lot of names we've never heard before. Transcripts and narrative reports by law enforcement. Casey Arntz, we've heard of before. Anthony Soma was a tip submitted by Gianna Soma on the brothers' behalf. Ryan Dowling, Cinda Arntz, Thomas Arntz, that's Casey's, I'm going to assume, parents. Rachel Fowler, Catherine Ramsland, Michelle Bolger, both ex-professors. Michelle Bolger, I think, is the one that did the recommendation to WSU for Kohberger. Jeffrey Clutter, Colleen Petrick, Emily Pednot, that's another professor. Augustine Triumph Atta again. Is that a professor? Is that a professor? Anybody know if that's a professor? Or somebody at WSU? It might be I don't know. It might be somebody from back in Pennsylvania. I don't know who that is. Allison Ackerman, we've heard that name before. Or was it Ackerman that did it? I know we've heard her before. Tara Partaika, I think we've seen that before. Kimberly Kennelly, Waylon Savage, and Robert Eller. Never seen those before. Sampling of calls between examinee and family. Sampling of letters between examinee and family. Different procedures and things that were used in order to come up with things. Direct interviews, in person except where otherwise specified. So this person talked to Kohberger on 10/9, 10/10, 12/4, 12/5, 2023, because she came on in 2023, 10/6, 2024, and then 1/6, 2025. Okay, no. All of this right here was in 2024, and then the last time was on 1/6, 2025. Marianne Kohberger was spoken to on 11/16 and 11/17/24, and then again on video on 12/9, 2024. Michael Kohberger, Melissa, and Amanda were all talked to on the 16th and 17th of 2024. Ann Parnham on the 14th, Ellen Trexler on the 14th, Jesse Harris on the 17th, Ellen Novick Cohen on the phone on the 20th. Interviews with Bryan spent several days, focused on his history and current functioning. Numerous topics were discussed, including cognitive functioning, social history, and relationships. Interviews in Bryan's immediate family were conducted across multiple days. Two of Bryan's former teachers, Ann Parnham and Ellen Trexler, were interviewed to gather observations from his childhood functioning, as well as to understand better the environment in which Bryan was educated and developed. Similarly, Bryan's former boxing coach, Jesse Harris, we've heard that he was the one that Michael had talked to, provided observations from Bryan's teenage years, and he provided information about the environmental context of the gym where Bryan spent a lot of time. Finally, Dr. Novick Cohen was interviewed to understand more clearly factors related to her psychoeducational report from 2005, including details relevant to the findings, conclusions, observations, recommendations, and context of the evaluation. So is this an old doctor that did an evaluation on Kohberger back in 2005 then? Dr. Novick Cohen also shared information regarding her current practice and approach to certain types of evaluations. And then a bunch of the history stuff is blacked out. Like all of the results for things right here are blacked out. And then it's signed, and then this goes into her life work. Okay. Now we have Ruth Ballard, which is about the DNA on the knife sheath. This is the first one in the index. I need to get the index taken out of this part and then repost it in. Okay. Ruth Ballard may testify for the defense as an expert regarding forensic biology and DNA. Actually, I'm just going to go down to the part that I actually grabbed earlier. I think it's actually the thumbnail of this video. I think it's actually the thumbnail in the video. This is everything that she looked at. She charges $300 an hour For testimony at deposition or trial, my rate is $1,200 for a half day and $2,000 for a full day, with a minimum fee being 12 hours per day. So even if she just sits there for 5 minutes, you better cough out $1,200. That's cray. That's crazy. Okay. The only part of this that I'm going to show you guys now, because again, we are going to go through all of these themselves, like separately. But at the very bottom of this, and you can see some of it in the thumbnail. Holy shit. All these things were never tested. That's wild. So this is going to actually have a lot of stuff that was actually like not tested. More information on unknown DNA. Let's see. Referenced head hair. Look, no one can say again that this is not hair. FBI lab item 3, 1 hair from the right hand. It's no longer considered just debris anymore. It is labeled as hair in this report. So are the Goncalveses going to now say, holy shit, there's actually hair in Ethan's hand? Now we can actually do what needs to be done and actually send this for testing? Because this is not a debris label anymore, baby. This says hair. This says hair. It's about time something came out that gave it its correct freaking labeling. I'm going to take this screenshot. I didn't notice this before. Taking that screenshot. It is hair. Try and lie somewhere else, you big old losers. It is hair. Oh my God. Okay. Let's see. This says it's consistent with Chapin's own reference hair. So if it's not Kohberger's and it's actually Ethan's hair, does that mean that he grabbed his own hair? That wouldn't make sense either. Morphologically consistent with decedent Chapin's own reference hair. See, that's why we need to see it. That's why we need to actually see it. Morphologically dissimilar to defendant's reference hair. The report from the lab that we have doesn't say that it was consistent with Ethan's hair. That's not at all what it says. And I still really find that hard to believe that it would be his own hair in his hand, because there's so much of it. Like, you see the big, huge clump of hair connected to the wood boards that hold the mattress to the bed frame. You see the ginormous clump of hair and what actually almost looks like what could be maybe even some skin attached to the trail of blood that leads from there onto the floor, where you can see that the two, like, it was a path. You can see that it was a path. So unless they actually test it, then I don't really care. If it's consistent with decedent Chapin's own reference hair, I want it DNA tested. And now that it says it's a hair, the Goncalveses can't sit here and pretend anymore that it's not hair. Now, what they're going to say is, oh, it says it's Ethan's hair. And they're going to actually dismiss the fact that this is not DNA testing. They're looking at physical similarities. And that doesn't mean shit about shit. You know how many people have similar hair? You can't tell whose hair is who by if it looks like somebody else's hair or not. I'm sorry. You just can't. You just can't. But I bet you anything they're going to still keep pretending that the shit wasn't there. We already know how they're going to pretend. Look, there's hair in Kernodle's hand. It says it's her own hair. Dissimilar to Kohberger's. There's so much in here when it comes to cells. Equivalent cells. What does it say for the knife sheath? Does it give like specific information for the knife sheath? Because we know that it was such a little amount that they barely were able to even magnify it. One swab taken at the crime lab that was collected from the front strap snap closure area. An equivalent of 1,400 human cells worth of human DNA was recovered. A single source male profile was developed from the swab, and it matched the profile of the Mr. Kohberger. The DNA profile is at least 5.37 octillion times more likely, blah, 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 blah. 1,400 human cells. Yeah, that's really not a lot, though. That's still not a lot. That's literally like a pinhead shorter, less than like literally like the tip of a pin or the tip of a needle. That's still like nothing. Plus, we also know the actual lab results that came out. We have the table. We have the exact table that shows the amount of DNA that was actually there, and then how much they magnified it to, the process that they took in order to magnify it, where it was after there was like a step in between that they did, and then they magnified it to the size that they needed it to get to before they could send it off to the lab. It still is nothing. Like the literal amounts themselves will tell you that it's literally nothing. $1,400 might be a lot in the bank, but when it comes to dead skin cells, that ain't shit. That ain't shit. But this, going through every single one of these and reading every single one of these, look, the penguin glove. This is going to be like a really deep read right here. This is going to be a really good deep read right here. It's got everything. Fingernail clippings, everything that was done. This is a lot more information. Nothing is as at all consistent at all with Kohberger's. John Showalter. His house. Oh, here's Jack DeCour's house right here. The swab from the south entry wall. Single source male DNA profile came from an unknown source, unknown male C. 37.2, one swab from west kitchen wall, single source male DNA, unknown male C, so it wasn't Jack's. And then it was Jack Showalter's own blood. So the blood at Jack DeCour's house is an unknown male, but the blood that was found at Jack Showalter's was his own. That's crazy. Look, this one had even less. Look how tiny that one was. My God, I'm surprised I could even see that. That's wild. 13 hairs, all dissimilar. No human DNA was recovered from this hair, so it probably was animal. Stain on kitchen counter west of sink, negative at screening, no testing. Yeah, no shit. Does it say that for 40? Did I skip it? Because it should say that for 40. I guess we'll find out when we do a deeper dive into this one. Let's see. Kohberger's vehicle. Animal hair, but it wasn't Murphy's. We know that he has a dog named Scout, though. Seat belts, brake pedals, all the freaking car stuff. Beanie and balaclava. No blood. All negative for anything. Reference samples from suspects and persons of interest. Jack Showalter, Cole Berenberg, Connor Chestnut, Jack DeCour, Jose Cruz, Henry Clark. Who are you? Kenneth Anderson. Who are you? Donald McDonald. Who are you? Mason Barstow. We know you. Jeremy Reagan. We know you. Why is it Mr. Kohberger instead of Bryan Kohberger? Coy Wynn. We know that name. Derek Agbenya. We know that name. Patrick Buettner. I feel like I should know that name, but I don't think I know that name. Courage Alorbu. I think we've heard that one name. I think these are maybe frat guys. James Deskin, Reed Upmore, John Exene. Exene, like the water bottle from the other day. Remember it says like H2O bottle Exene? And I was trying to like figure out exactly like what the hell it was, but it wasn't popping up like a name brand. It must have been that they took a water bottle from this John guy and then used that to get his DNA. Interesting. Interesting. Mackenzie Griggs, Syringa Riley, Chase Dixon, Caleb Jacobson, Brennan Crawford, Tyler Yelk, George Simidgis, and then there's Lab 108. That was from when he got to Idaho. Blood card from Bethany, blood card from Dylan. Pink fleece with red hearts tested positive in a screening test for blood. 132.1, a stain near the top left corner, an equivalent of 8,833 human cells worth of human DNA were recovered. A single source female DNA profile matched the DNA profile of Dylan Mortensen. So this actually is showing, so even though that other report shows that when ISP was doing whatever to it, that it showed negative in their like further testing, they actually are saying that on the red heart blanket, that there was a DNA profile they were able to actually pull, even though every single photo for the blanket, no, there is one on the very corner. Okay, so these are two. There was only one positive in the picture, but they're saying that there's two on the left corner. I mean, one on the left corner and one on the right corner. The stain on the right corner was not originally tested by the forensic lab, but was later submitted by the defense team to Bode Lab for analysis. Bode Lab, we haven't seen anything from. Even in what we have right now, I haven't seen anything with that name. Bode Lab recovered sufficient human DNA for profiling, and the single source female profile matched the DNA profile on Dylan Mortensen. So Dylan's own blanket had some blood on it, of her own blood. Okay, this is where they said that the green jacket was messed up. They're showing that they have possible shoe impressions on the green jacket. This item was originally tested negative in 2 screenings for blood. The jacket was later submitted by the defense team to Bode Lab for additional testing. Bode sampled 5 locations and recovered mixed DNA profiles. In 2, they found limited support for the inclusion of Dylan Mortensen as the contributor. There was no support for the inclusion of Mr. Kohberger. So there's limited support to include Dylan, meaning it maybe could be, but they can't actually say that it was. But there definitely was no support for Kohberger being a contributor. Okay. So, see, this is like the opposite story of what we've already heard, though. That's what I was about to say. Like, I haven't looked into like the whole Blue Star thing myself just yet to see like what it actually does, because I don't really quite know, okay? But when it comes to this doesn't sound like anything that we've already heard. Literally at all. Literally at all. What we were told from the green jacket is that there was like an issue. It was originally positive for blood, and then it wasn't. And they ended up just like, whatever, there's nothing on it. It went back to Dylan and then came back to the defense. And then there was a whole meeting that took place. And they asked Dylan, does this jacket look familiar? And everybody was like, no, I don't recognize that jacket. But it was in her custody for a while because it went back to her with her things. But the fact that there was actual blood on the blanket and it was Dylan's, like, that's new. That's new. But there were 2 of the 5 locations on the green jacket that actually did have blood. Interesting. Okay. Okay. This portion right here is the piece that's on the thumbnail. It was this like dark, bold font that I was looking for to read. I'm glad like we ended up going through a couple of those things. Going back through this one is going to be crazy because there's so much detail in here that we don't really have in way of like real specifics. I know we have the reports, but all of those damn reports were done by ISP. And then there's all kinds of things that happened to quite a few different pieces of evidence after ISP did all of their original stuff. So that's just like the first step into getting the rest of the information. This one was January 2025, years and years later with a lot more detail. So it's going to be really interesting when we do this one by itself. For sure. Okay. This is the opinion based off of all the things that she has seen. And we've now gotten a taste of a little bit of what she was looking at. During the commission of a crime, cells, hair, and their DNA can be transferred from the perpetrator to the victim to the perpetrator to the crime scene or a weapon, and from the victim to the crime scene or a weapon. This transfer can often be detected using forensic human DNA profiling techniques, and the information can sometimes be very helpful in solving crimes. The best sources of DNA in forensic investigations are hair, blood, semen, and cells from the inside of body orifices, mouth, and those other places. At violent homicides, there is usually copious DNA from the injured victims due to bleeding, and sometimes from the perpetrator who may get injured during the attack. Being a liquid, blood spreads rapidly and easily, soaking into clothing, footwear, bedding, carpet, and other items, and spattering on walls, floors, people, weapons, and objects. Even if a perpetrator does not get injured and does not leave his own blood behind, it is very difficult for him to leave the scene without taking the blood of his victims with him, or, leaving a trail whatsoever in a room full of blood on the floor. That's like impossible. This is especially true when the attack is up close and personal, like a knife killing, where there is direct contact between the perpetrator and his victims. It is also especially true when there is limited time for a perpetrator to clean up before leaving the scene. And remember, they want us to believe that he got out of there anywhere between 1.5 minutes to 3 minutes. Yeah, no. It is also possible for a perpetrator to shed hair during a violent attack or pick up hairs from the victims. Humans passively shed 50 to 100 hairs per day. They accumulate in our homes and workplaces, and they adhere easily to clothing and other items. They may also be actively pulled from the head during a violent altercation, either as the attacker attempts to subdue the victims or as the victims defend themselves and fight back. This is one of the reasons why the hands of homicide victims are bagged before their bodies are transported for autopsy. Hair pulled out by the roots can be an excellent source of DNA. Surface skin cells are also a potential source of DNA, but because they are dead and no longer contain a nucleus, their DNA is limited and is typically transferred at much lower levels. Still, humans passively shed upward to 500 million skin cells per day. Now walk into a Walmart and inhale. Congratulations, you've got about 1,000 different people's DNA now up in your brain. Yes, it is that serious. I'm not even joking. It is that serious. Modern crime labs are equipped with highly sensitive instruments, chemistries, and computer programs for detecting trace DNA and identifying its sources. The transfer of skin cell DNA is more difficult to contextualize than blood DNA transfer, especially if it is found on small portable items like ball caps, cell phones, cigarettes. The question of how and why DNA transfers to an object, sometimes characterized as direct or indirect transfer, is the subject of extensive research in the forensic community. Based on this research, we know that people differ in the amount of DNA they shed into their environment on any given day. A person can innocuously shed skin cells / DNA on the sides of an item, like a water bottle, and the item can be picked up and transported to a crime scene by someone else who sheds no DNA onto it, either because they are wearing gloves or because they are not shedding much DNA at the time. Skin cells are not like blood. We shed them. Where's my phone? I just heard my phone. Where did I put my phone? Over here. Let's see. I gotta make sure it's not dead. Okay. Let's see. Where were we? Blah, blah. Skin cells are not like blood. We shed them all day long during routine living, and their presence does not suggest violence. Thus, their detection on crime scene evidence must be viewed with caution, keeping in mind innocent explanations. Finally, there is no means to determine the age of DNA or of a particular deposit of biological material. Even the presence of high-quality DNA is not an indicator that it was shed recently. With these facts in mind, it's my opinion that the biological DNA evidence in the current matter, State versus Bryan Kohberger, paints a puzzling picture with limited support for the state's theory, as well as evidence undermining that theory. On one hand, there is good support that Mr. Kohberger's DNA was found on item 1.1, a swab from the knife sheath found beside decedent Mogen's body. The sheath is designed to carry a knife consistent with injuries inflicted on the victims based on my review of the Latell County prosecuting attorney's interview with Dr. Vinay Singh, who performed the decedent's autopsies. On the other hand, despite the large number of evidence items collected and tested and the speed with which the body attacks purportedly took place, no blood, hair, or DNA from the victims was detected in Mr. Kohberger's white Hyundai Elantra, his apartment, or his parents' residence. No blood, hair, or DNA from him was found on any of the crime scene evidence except the touch DNA on the knife sheath. But it's actually not touch DNA. That's a very loose term, always for some reason used for this little minuscule amount of DNA. And they have really tried to get away from that because touch, transfer, those terms really do make someone who would be sitting on a jury believe that that would mean contact had to have actually been initiated and had to have happened. And we know that that's not the actual case because we're smart over here. No DNA or hair from him was found on any of the victims, including decedent Kernodle, who had extensive defensive wounds and clearly fought for her life. And there's no way that you're going to sit there and tell me that whoever the damn person was, if Dylan's story is even a little bit true, which again, we all doubt, that this person's face was open enough for you to see eyes and big old eyebrows, but Kernodle, Xana didn't scratch the ever-loving shit out of a face. There's no way that you're going to sit there and tell me that they were wearing a flimsy materialed balaclava or whatever the frick you want to call it, bullshit-ass ski mask, and it didn't get scratches through on the skin. There's no way. How do you explain? How do you explain Xana, of all victims, having none of Kohberger's DNA under her nails? There is no way that if that's what the state wants you to believe, that they can literally try to explain that away, other than the fact that it's not him. But how do you explain the fact that there's no unknown male DNA under her nails, as far as we know? I mean, there probably is. There might have been something in that paper. I don't know. We're going to get into all the big old details. But as far as we understand at this point in time right now as the public, there's no unknown nothing on Xana. Xana's got Ethan's DNA underneath her nails, and Ethan has Xana's DNA underneath his nails, but they don't have no unknown DNA underneath their nails. Xana fought like freaking shit, getting pulled all over the damn place, and there's nothing. Somebody has to have some scratches somewhere. Somebody has to have some sort of facial injury from that night. If they're wearing a little flimsy nothing with the eyes open, how did you not go for the eyeballs? Like, she seems like she'd fight dirty because she knows that she's tiny and would need to. I just don't understand how they're supposed to make us just believe that this is like normal. On top of there being no bloody impression prints leaving the room. Like, that's crazy. That's super crazy. DNA from an unknown male was detected on the left hand fingernail clippings of decedent Mogen. Cybergenetics excluded Mr. Kohberger as its source. We talked about that earlier. DNA from another unknown male, B, was found on the handrail at the crime scene, but the profile was never searched in CODIS, the National DNA Database. That's the one in the middle of the handrail that leads down to the first floor. That's literally, it's in the middle. It's A, B, and then C. Mr. Kohberger was excluded as the source of this DNA profile. So he's not the unknown male DNA on the bottom of the handrail either. A third unknown male, D, was recovered from a glove found in the driveway at the crime scene. This profile was similarly never searched against CODIS or investigated further by the cops. Mr. Kohberger was excluded. How do you have a glove outside of the house? It doesn't matter when it was found. It doesn't matter. You should want to test to conclusion. Even if it did belong to somebody else and it had nothing to do with the crime scene, or if it belonged to an officer and for some reason there was some blood on it all these freaking weeks after the crime. Even if, why are you not testing it to conclusion? Why are you not testing it to conclusion? That's really stupid. The knife pairing with the sheath was never found, so it cannot be tested for Mr. Kohberger's DNA and the victim's blood directly. Moreover, the knife sheath is a movable item, And while the DNA evidence suggests that Mr. Kohberger may have handled it at one time, it could have been brought to the crime scene by someone else. Or he could have shook hands with the person, and then maybe that person went and shook hands with somebody else who's actually the person. It literally can be transferred just like that. Based on the lab reports and email correspondence between the ISPFS lab personnel and law enforcement, Mr. Kohberger's DNA was detected on a swab taken from an area of the sheath that included the region underneath the cap portion of the snap, not on the top exposed area of the cap, which was used for latent print analysis. But see, the problem with that is that it wasn't. The problem with that is that it wasn't. You cannot find that in the forensic report. If you pull up report number 1, where all of the swabbing was done, and you read every little word the way that we have, there's literally nothing at all that mentions the cap, the button, the snap, anything. Nothing. Nada. So when it came to the emails, Riley Nowlin originally said, excluding the metal button. Then in her next response, she's changing it up to where it sounds like this. We have no reports whatsoever that show a Q-tip ever touched that button. The only thing we do have are communications via email, and suddenly the court is now mentioning snap, which is not now. That's what they've been doing this entire time. But now that we have the forensic reports, we don't understand why. And again, those are also on the shared drive. Open it. It's unredacted. Read the whole thing. It doesn't say anything about a Q-tip ever touching the metal on that damn sheath. Not even in December when they do the inside of the little like pocket. There's no amended report that says they went in and forgot to write in the report that they touched the metal button. That's like, we don't know where that's coming from. And even in Riley Nowlin's emails with Talbot, she's saying that she's reading the forensic reports and looking at the photographs. Miss Ma'am, where? Is there another report that we don't know about? Because the report that's out doesn't say that it touched the damn button. Nowhere. Not in the beginning report where it like tells you the item numbers and what they did and what they mean and all the blah, blah, blah. Not in the bottom where it tells you in all the little bitty tiny little writing on the little things that they did. It doesn't say it. So we still have no idea where they are getting this from because it does not say that in the reports. And if this is the case, cool, whatever. But you're real freaking stupid to touch a damn Q-tip to the leather and the metal and turn it in as the same Q-tip, you freaking idiots. Is that why it doesn't actually say in the reports? Because they know how asininely, unprofessionally ignorant that is? You're not supposed to do that. Oh, hold on a second, guys. Give me 1 second. he had gotten stuck in traffic. He's like 2 hours behind because he didn't want to tell me until he got out of traffic because he's old and he doesn't have a phone. He uses a flip phone and he doesn't pay for data. So he doesn't have a freaking GPS and he drives me crazy because I know he's going to get lost one of these days and I'm not going to be able to help him get back. Like I've been trying to convince him forever to at least put data on your damn phone. Can you just use the GPS, please? But he is fine, and he got out of the traffic, and he called to tell me that he's back on the road, and everything's good to go. That's crazy. Get a GPS, damn it! But that's like 72. He needs a freaking GPS. He needs a GPS. He needs a damn GPS. Okay. Let's see. Where were we? Okay. Based on the lab reports and email correspondence between the ISPFS lab personnel and law enforcement, Mr. Kohberger's DNA was detected on a swab taken from an area of the sheath that included the region underneath the cap. And so I will say again, if they actually took the same Q-tip and swabbed the leather and then also used the exact same Q-tip to then swab the metal underneath the cap, y'all have got to be the most uneducated dummies to run a freaking forensic lab. But considering that one of your forensics, after, working all the way to retirement, still thinks it's blood splatter with an L and not spatter like it actually is, I full-heartedly believe y'all are that dumb. I do wholeheartedly believe that y'all are so stupid that you would touch two different mediums on the exact same Q-tip. Yes, I do. Which is probably why it's not in the report, because they know how dumb that actually looks. So yes, that's probably what happened. I don't put nothing past them. They're stupid as hell. This is the protected area where a prior handler's DNA might be expected to persist, even if the sheath was more recently used by someone else. The DNA by itself contains no information on when it was deposited on the sheath, and it certainly does not place Mr. Kohberger at the crime scene with a knife in his hand when the victims were killed. Mr. Kohberger could have shed cells/DNA onto the sheath days, weeks, even months earlier. I base this opinion on my education, years of experience, and standard knowledge about DNA transfer and the persistence of DNA on objects. Yeah. And then there's a lot of this right here. What is all this right here? The serology and DNA test and results spreadsheet. Let's see, is there any info? Oh, I just went backwards. Hold on. No, I didn't. Okay, so there's no info from the results sheet, and then it gives her information. Okay, yeah, it'll be interesting to go and read all of that. Okay, so here's Stephen Becker. And look, I know that it's already like midnight and it's like late, but I will probably like be on for like another few hours probably, because I'm going to be up until Dad gets back. And it's like a 6.5 hour drive. Like we live really far away. So considering where he told me he was, I think he still has like 4 hours left, I guess. Maybe. So, I mean, we'll probably be on until like 1, maybe like 2, maybe. Okay, let's see what's going on. So this is Stephen Becker. Stephen Becker is a vehicle identification person. And there are some like diagrams and things in here, I think. Well, there's like photos and stuff. So this is the introduction here. On November 13th, 2022, after about 4 a.m., Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Kaylee Goncalves, Maddie Mogen had a home invasion at 1122 King Road in Moscow. After a 911 call at about 11:58 a.m., police found 4 victims. Chapin, Kernodle, Goncalves, and Mogen were deceased with edged weapon wounds. The police arrested Bryan Kohberger based in part due to the police investigation of video surveillance camera footage of an unknown vehicle of interest in the area and Kohberger's ownership of a white 2015 Hyundai Elantra sedan. And his whole purpose was to analyze the video and see if the information was correct. Materials available for review. Officer Payne's statement, FBI surveillance report, 94 video files labeled in folders by address. Holy shit. Word document event logs for video files, communications, 4 screenshot images, PA's response to 14th supplement, PC, affidavit, communications, releasing records, procedures, grand jury information, grand jury testimony from Special Agent Hill, FBI surveillance review of this file right here, still images, VIN number search, Burlow reports, sequence 01 by Mowry, video file, expert disclosure, guilt phase, exhibit S8 from Amel, 56 additional video clips from the area labeled by location, Hill Properties, identity, Ridge Road, Sunset Mart, etc. Okay, so here's his qualifications, exhibits. So these are all of the different camera passes that he looked at. An FBI forensic examiner found a video to show a white 2011 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra. And looking for a white Elantra, police reviewed Washington State University videos. They found suspect vehicle 1, which we know that they've removed. They removed suspect vehicle 1 and from the Pullman area, and with the reports that were filed, again, literally like weeks before the damn plea, they were basically going to poof the car into the Indian Hills area in Moscow and not give you a trail from Pullman literally whatsoever. Literally at all. As a result of the video analysis, police issued a be on the lookout for a white Hyundai Elantra on November 25th, 2022. But we know from Pullman records that Pullman and Moscow were talking back and forth to each other and were already looking for vehicles, and Hyundai was not on the list. I don't know why they're using this right here for the November 29th situation when we already know that they didn't use it, and he's actually going to say that it wasn't until December 20th that this report from the 29th was even noted. So it says on November 29, 2022, WSU police reported locating a 2015 white Elantra with a Pennsylvania license plate registered to Bryan Kohberger, hereafter Kohberger, residing at 1630, blah, 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 blah. This is from the freaking PCA. Idaho and Washington states both require front license plates, and Pennsylvania does not. Despite WSU police locating Kohberger's white Elantra, it was not until December 20th, 2022 that Officer Payne reported about the November 29th, 2022 report entry by WSU police. Because what did we hear? That they didn't turn it in, and that when Chief Fry called Jenkins on either the 19th or the 20th, it wasn't until after that when Jenkins showed up and actually went to the meeting where they were all there together to go over the genealogical tree. Jenkins was apparently like walked in the office for that, according to his little interview. And it wasn't until that meeting with everyone and Chief Fry that this information was then found out. That's why I don't understand why he sent an email out, because you have 2 things on November 29th, but y'all didn't turn it in. So you didn't turn in a tip. You didn't do anything. So why are you kudoing yourself? Why are you going on interviews like you did something? You didn't. You say yourself that you didn't. So again, it's just like with Othram, who didn't do a damn thing. Why are these people who didn't do anything in this case whatsoever, getting the attaboys and the kudos and getting on the media and getting on the interviews and getting all the attention, and they didn't do anything? It is so freaking strange. So freaking strange. A review of Kohberger's phone did not indicate he was near the 1122 King Road area from 3 to 5 a.m., which was discounted by police as he may not have brought his phone or it was off. So you're telling me that in January of 2025, this person is reading the information, and even the information that he's reading doesn't say for sure in any analytical report if the phone was actually turned off or not. They're still going by what ifs. January 2025, still going by what ifs. Further records show his phone disconnected from the cellular network at approximately 2:54 a.m. until 4:48 a.m. and back at his residence at 5:30 a.m. Police concluded that the phone data was an attempt to conceal his location during the homicides. Police analysis of his phone cellular data suggested that Kohberger's phone reported to a tower that services the area of 1122 King on several other occasions. Yeah, because he could be shopping or just like barely moving around Pullman and still connect to the tower in Moscow. At about 12:36 p.m., both the phone and video data indicate that a white Elantra drove past U.S. Chef Store on 829 Port Drive, Clarkson, Washington. Yeah, those are the videos from Lewiston that we saw. Now, let's see. See, this Indian Hills right here, again, is where they were going to poof the car. This is where they were going to poof the car into the area. Linda Lane there's nothing you can really decipher on Linda Lane whatsoever. And the vehicle going back into Pullman, I don't doubt that that's Kohberger's car because he already said that he was gone. Like he wasn't even home. He left. But the car that's leaving town has fog lights. His car does not have fog lights. And the car that comes back into town does not have fog lights. And they're not arguing the car coming back into town, like up through Johnson or Bishop or whatever the frick that's called. He's not arguing that. It's arguing going into Pullman because that's definitely not him. It's just definitely not him. Blake indicates that several videos and images contain insufficient detail to determine the vehicle make or model. Videos submitted on November 23rd, 2022 and December 20th, 2022 display a vehicle with characteristics similar to a fifth-generation Hyundai Elantra between 2011 and 2016. This is based on and not limited to the overall body shape, window configuration, side trim, headlight shape, front grille configuration, and rear license plate position, and was expanded to include a rear bumper reflector and shape of the front fog lights. Knowing that his car doesn't have freaking fog lights. That's so crazy. Let's see. Ridge Road shows a biker, a light gray sedan, silver sedan, dark truck, so it's not black and white. Emails to and from Blink with subject 451 Paradise Stills discuss a 2011 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra and list the paint colors available at that time and that the vehicle of interest is a lighter color, so the darker ones can be discounted. So here's this email right here. Friday, November 25th, 2022, FBI 451 Paradise Stills. Bronze seems a bit dark in the images I've seen of that color. White or silver. White is my best direction without examples. And I guess this one was sent first right here. Okay, yeah. This is a response. That what I just read was a response to the following. Okay, quick look. The Hyundai Elantra 2012-2015 was available in the following colors: bronze, Maharaja red, phantom black, sleek silver, twilight blue, Elantra, and coral white. Elantra is its own color. An Elantra colored Elantra. What? With what I've seen, you can discount the darker colors. So the whites, silver, maybe blue and bronze. Best case, grab one of each and drive through the same area as the GD video and send me them. Might narrow down versus guessing my 2 cents worth. Police generated a digital map showing the locations of the cameras and their expected path of vehicle. Red dot is observable. See, this one is like definitely more clear. 94 total video files. Look at this bullshit. 787 Indian Hills Road video. Is that shitty? I mean, we've seen most of them. It'll be interesting to read through all of the 1112 King Road stuff right here. The next camera view and the police, because again, I'm skipping through some of this because we're going to be reviewing these in full themselves separately. And we're just looking to see what they've actually released to us tonight. The next camera view in the police sequence is located on a dead-end road at 1112 King Road, with the camera located on a balcony with a view of several parked vehicles at the intersection of King Road and Queen Road at the right. There is a street light at the intersection and some ambient light from other various houses, but it is dark and nighttime, and the camera does not display color utilizing a night vision technology. At about 3:22, two people emerge from the balcony, and there are headlights from a parked car that cause the camera to display color and then switch back to grayscale. This happens like 2 or 3 times. There is a date and time stamps, 22/11/13, 3:30, when a vehicle approaches southbound on King Road from right to left. It turns left on Queen Road eastbound. Headlights obscure the vehicle as they glare, display a white flash much larger than the light source, and have motion blur for most of the video. Images 5 through 7 display an unknown vehicle of interest with 5 while southbound on King Road prior to the turn, and 6 and 7 driving east on Queen. Yeah, these are from the state stuff too. They gave us some just real shitty like screenshots. Like, how can you see anything? Like, I'm pretty sure the first thing that we got was these shitty screenshots. The vehicle is a light color painted sedan. The headlights / front grille are obscured by glare. The A pillar and C pillar are highly sloped. The B pillar is black near the windows. There is a fin-shaped antenna on the roof near the rear window. The tail lights wrap around to the side of the sedan and are positioned high nearer the trunk lid than the bumper cover. Fin antennas were introduced commonly in about 2010, thus the body shape and antenna indicate that the sedan is a 2010 or newer. There is no view of the front or rear license plate areas in the video. The quality of the video and path of the vehicle indicates an observer would only be able to distinguish drastic body shape differences such as a van, body, SUV, pickup truck, etc. from a sedan. Thus, from the current evidence, this unknown vehicle of interest is not identifiable as a specific make and model sedan based on the King Road video. We already know just like they tried to tell cilantro, that was some crazy shit. Just like they said in the PCA, we just repeated this shit the other day. And then I read it and you guys were like, holy shit, you weren't kidding. No, I'm not. They literally said, well, there's no camera to the left that shows the way that the car went. So we look to the right. And now, even though there's no cameras off to the right either, we're going to just go ahead and say that it went off to the left because there's not anything off to the right, even though we also know there's nothing off to the left. This is the exact same thing here because they want you to believe that the 1112 car is the exact same car from the Ridge Road camera. Therefore, when you go in and you read the emails that we've been privy to for a long time now, we've already known this for like a hot minute. The vehicle identification did not come from 1112. As you just read, it's impossible. We know that from viewing it. We have more than scoured every pixel of that damn scene. And you can't tell what the hell it is. Let's be so serious, okay? The emails literally state that the vehicle identification came from what? 1125 Ridge Road. There is no proof that those two cars are the same car. There are so many white vehicles, white Hyundai Elantras, and vehicles that look like white Hyundai Elantras in that area. You cannot tell if it's the same car or not. They, again, did not get the vehicle identification from 1112. They got it from 1125, and they cannot guarantee that those two cars are the same cars. That's crazy. About 2 or 3 minutes later, a sedan is observable driving westbound on Queen Road and turns northbound on King Road. Images 8 to 10 display the unknown vehicle traveling westbound on Queen Road with motion blur and obscuring headlights and taillights. Look how shitty. I mean, but just in general, like, again, we've seen the video. The video is not any better. In the make model chart number 2 by the FBI, image 8 above is highlighted that the FBI concludes that the third brake light is low on the rear window. This is an assumption and not a fact, as the rear window is not visible in image 8. Yeah, look how shit. The pumpkin is literally right in the way of the rear window that they're trying to say they are doing comparisons for. Yeah, good luck with that. It can be concluded based on timing that either the unknown vehicle of interest that traveled south on King Road parked, and this is another unknown vehicle of interest, or the vehicle turned around and is the same unknown suspect vehicle. The next video was 1330 Linda Lane that shows a portion of Queen Road and the Queen Road apartments. The headlights from a vehicle are observable on the upper left portion of the image below with the timestamp and shows 3:31 a.m. on Sunday. But we also know that they also removed like from 3:36 to like 4 something or 3:31 to 4:06 or something like that on the 1320 Linda Lane, the one that faces Taylor Avenue where the dumpster is. They removed that, but didn't remove it from the other Linda Lane camera. That's why I know it's not a freaking Wi-Fi reset. He's so damn stupid. Kane and his dumb little lies. There's no way that it's a Wi-Fi reset because it would have done it on both freaking cameras. They're on the same system. They both belong to the same man. They're both on the same like area, in the same area. It would have done it on both. And it didn't. It only did it on the one. So he's full of shit. So full of shit. This is 451 Paradise Drive. And then after Paradise Drive, it goes back to 1112. And it says, with similar images of an unknown suspect vehicle with a timestamp 3:38. The vehicle has similar features identifiable from the previous King Road images. There is a video from Linda Lane as well at 3:39 a.m. and the back to King Road at 3:40 a.m. Paradise Drive at 3:43, a vehicle approaches from Ridge Road, but at this time, the unknown vehicle turns left instead of right with poor images of the vehicle. There is another view from King Road with a vehicle of similar appearance following a similar path at timestamp 3:55, and the view from Linda Lane at 3:57. What does that mean? Another view from King Road with a vehicle of similar. What does that mean? What does this statement mean? There is another view from King Road with a vehicle of similar appearance following a similar path at timestamp 3:55, and the view from Linda Lane at 3:57, back to King at 3:58, returning again with a similar appearance and path at 4:05 on King Road to Queen Road, then the view from Linda Lane at 4:05 and King again at 4:06. This time the vehicle pauses on Queen Road westbound and then turns around in the intersection with King and returns. So it's not another view. Another view would mean another camera. Like, they better learn how to, like, word shit. But then, like, is it? Like, I don't even know. Because now he's going to say the camera switches to video and audio from 1112 King Road with the dog barking and other noises noted by the police. At about 4:20, the vehicle departs. Vehicle make and model still not determinable in this video clip. Definitely not. Definitely not. And see, this looks short. Like, if you take this vehicle right here from 451 Paradise Drive, and then you compare it to this one right here on Ridge Road, you can't tell me that's the same car. You can't tell me that's the same car. This is long. So the rest of these are so bad. This is like long. And this just looks like short and stubby. This is a 5th generation. These are similar vehicles. Hyundai Sonata, Subaru Legacy. This is his VIN number and the dimensions to his actual car. Unknown vehicle at 1311 South Main. At 9:12. Okay, the second video. See, look how little this car is. And look at this. Like, aren't those lights? Like, that looks like that's got actual fog lights, like, in the bumper. This is the one where they're trying to say that it's his car that goes back at 9 o'clock in the morning, but you can't see shit in this car. Like, you can't see literally anything. You can't even tell what the hell this thing is. And now look, these definitely don't look like the same car. This looks boxier. And they don't even look like they're the same color, huh? These are definitely two different cars. Like the windows are a different shape. The bottom doesn't have the same detail. The rims, I think, are even a different color. This car right here looks like it's two different colors. This one is one whole color, but darker. That looks like a silver car. That looks like a lot darker. Unknown vehicles. Okay, so let's read the findings. This is his conclusion after everything. And again, we're going to go through every little detail in a separate video. Within a reasonable degree of professional and scientific certainty and subject to change if additional information becomes available, it is my opinion that most of the videos relied upon by the police do not contain sufficient detail to determine the unknown subject vehicle make or model. From the current evidence, various unknown suspect vehicles are not identifiable as a specific make and model based on the Indian Hills Drive, Linda Lane, King Road, Paradise Drive videos. The only videos from a location near the area of incident and generally near the time of the incident that can allow for a determination of an unknown suspect vehicle make and model were the 1125 Ridge Road videos. These videos show that it was likely a Hyundai Elantra and shares many characteristics with a Sonata or a Subaru Legacy. So you're telling me that like it could definitely be something else, is what you're telling me. The police analysis and determination of the make and model of the unknown suspect vehicles was improper and lacked other possible vehicle models with similar characteristics. Several hours after the incident at about 9 a.m., a vehicle consistent with a white 2015 Hyundai Elantra was on South Main Street. I don't think it looks like one, but he's the expert, so okay, whatever, sure. A police opinion about the unknown subject vehicle not having a license plate at or around the time of the incident is improper. I mean, it is improper, but also we need to remember that it doesn't match what we also already know about fog lights and other things when it comes to Kohberger's car either. There was video evidence from the area on 11/13/22 between 2 and 5 hours that shows vehicles that have vehicle characteristics that are similar in shape and geometry to the identifiable characteristics of the King Road and Linda Lane video images. So they really just don't know. It could be a Sonata, it could be a Subaru Legacy, it could be a million different things, apparently. And then here's his information from his history. I don't think there's anything else there. Okay, here's Cy-Rays. This one will be interesting to go over. Now, I guess what I'll do, because we're going to skim, but I guess what I'll do is we have 3 chapters left in Broken Plea. So I guess what I'll do is the live before our first live to do the book review for Cy-Ray's book, we'll go over in depth, word for word, this entire 59-page report right before we start the book. And you know what? We might actually do the report and then go back and listen to his testimony right before we start the review of the book. I think that's probably what we'll do. Cy Ray may testify for the defense as an expert regarding cell towers, drive test, geolocation, mobile device forensic extraction, call detail records, and software that is used to interpret this data. Whew. Mr. Ray may testify in the following areas: interpretation of drive test data and mapping supplied by the state, analysis of call detail records, geolocation data review analysis, and opinions regarding the CAST report. All right, let's see what a little bit of this says. Synopsis. In October of 2023, I was retained by the attorneys for Bryan Kohberger as an expert in the field of cell towers, drive test, geolocation, mobile device forensic extractions, call detail records, and software that is used to interpret this data. I was contacted by Tom Slovinsky of Cellular Forensics, that's the next report we have, in reference to a technical question he had involving call detail records. Mr. Slovinsky has completed the ZX Subject Matter Expert course and is a recognized subject matter expert in this field. It is common for me to receive calls from recognized SMEs pertaining to technical questions arising from the analysis of call detail records. Mr. Slovinsky did not provide any case information other than there was a non-dissemination order issued by the court on this particular case, and he could not discuss case details. His question pertained to drive test data collected by the FBI CAST team. Mr. Slovinsky voiced some concern as to the accuracy of the data and the ability to verify it. I explained to him I would need to review the raw data in order to provide an opinion to the accuracy of the data. Mr. Slovinsky stated he would speak with the defense attorney to see if it was possible for me to review the data. So the defense team didn't actually reach out to Cy Ray directly. Someone else that the defense team already hired on, this Slovinsky person, reached out to Cy Ray. Okay. On October 27, 2023, I signed a confidentiality agreement to allow me to review the data in this case. It was at this time I discovered the case was regarding State of Idaho versus Bryan Christopher Kohberger. Over the course of November 2023, I was granted access to evidence that was in the possession of the defense. The evidence I reviewed was mainly in reference to call detail records, mobile device forensic extracts, mobile device geolocation data, police reports, drive test and FBI CAST report, timelines, surveillance video, and financial records. One of the first areas I was asked to address was to review and assist in the interpretation of the drive test data. I focused on the available drive test data collected by the FBI. Initially, the only data I had access to from the FBI drive test was contained in the FBI CAST draft report and what was briefly mentioned in Special Agent Blank's PowerPoint. It's freaking balance. Kiss my fat ass. Nicholas freaking Balance. Let's be serious. The draft report is dated July 10th, 2023. Special Agent Balance's report. Why the frick are they redacting that? PowerPoint was the only summary of the drive test and is dated 12/15/23. The report states drive test data was collected between November 16, 2022 and January 6, 2023. The report states the data was collected by both Special Agent Balance and Special Agent, I can't remember the other person's name. I'd be yelling it if I remembered it, but I don't remember it. The area focused on are vague, described only as Moscow, Pullman, and south of those towns. The report does state the raw files were enclosed in Special Agent Balance's original report. The raw files are critical for any analysis. I learned the raw files had not been disclosed by the state and requested the files be obtained for further review. In reviewing Mr. Kohberger's AT&T call detail records and the FBI CAST draft report, I immediately became concerned as to the accuracy of the drive test mapping, specifically the shaded areas representing coverage found on slides 112, 116, and 120. In comparing commonly seen handoff data in Mr. Kohberger's AT&T records, the coverage areas depicted in the FBI CAST draft report are severely flawed. Further analysis would require access to the raw drive test data. Section 1, inventory of data, methodology, drive test review, missing data, probable cause statements, other geolocation data, CAST final report review. AT&T records, raw records, AT&T Kohberger, raw records contained within that folder that were used for my analysis. a list of everything that he used. Mappable data converted to a Google Earth time-synced keyhole markup language file. Some technical shit in here. Maddie Mogen's AT&T records. Maddie Mogen's AT&T records again. Is it the same thing? No, look right here. Maddie Mogen AT&T record, AT&T case number 3565282. This one down here is AT&T case number 3655792, both for Maddie. Okay. Oh, here's the question then again. There are 2 search warrants that were served on AT&T for Maddie Mogen and Xana Kernodle's AT&T records. The first warrant was served on November 17th, 2022 and covered a time period of August 1st, 2022 through November 17th, 2022. These records were assigned the AT&T case number with 282. The second warrant was served. Okay, that's why. So 2 different warrants, 2 different numbers. Okay. Xana Kernodle, here's the first one for 282, and then here's the one for 792. This is just showing where they've been preserved. Jack Showalter. Why did the defense hand Jack Showalter's information to CyRay? Okay. Now we have Kaylee Goncalves' T-Mobile records. A second file for Kaylee's T-Mobile records. Ethan Chapin's Verizon records. Dylan Mortenson's T-Mobile records. Dylan Mortenson's second warrant for T-Mobile records. Bethany Funk's Verizon records. Molly McMichael's Verizon records. Jack Ducour's Verizon records. Must be under his dad's name. I guess that's his dad's name. I honestly don't know his dad's name. Methodology used. As a point of concern, I am completing this report without the benefit of having receiving completed work from the state's experts as it relates to methodology and opinion. Reports associated with the cell call detail analysis are overly vague, incomplete, and generally contain no substantial value. Raw mapping files utilized by the state have not been disclosed if they were ever created. Extremely poor record management further complicates the issue as records have not been organized into any meaningful structure. No shit. Tell me about it. Tell me all about it. Ridiculous. In working on criminal investigations for over 25 years, the evidentiary process used in this case is one of the most chaotic I've worked with. As such, it is possible some of the missing information / data I refer to in this report exists, but I have been unable to find it. Wow. Yeah, going in and reading all of these very specific things that are missing and then reading parts of his book where he acts like the cops did such a great job are probably going to make me want to throw up. What a tiny ass little map. What the hell are they supposed to be showing with that? That is so tiny. Tower interactions for Xana. Can we make this bigger? Well, that's interesting. So, I mean, I guess it doesn't mean anything. I don't really know how that would work. But it shows what I believe to be 4:19, 4:21, and 4:29 a.m. They're incoming calls to Xana's phone. So I would assume that that would be Bethany and Dylan contacting her in that spot. 2:12 to 2:48. There's no dots nowhere. Oh, wait, hold on a second. $2:12, $2:20, $2:25 here. And then 2:47, it shows here on that side by the Arboretum. See, this is still Pullman. 6:13, 6:15, 6:17. And it shows that he's got outgoing calls. incoming, outgoing. It's showing what's causing the ping. It'd be nice if those were bigger. Oh, Lipsy Bipsy's awake. She's been like in my closet this whole time sleeping. I just heard her chirp. So she's been asleep this whole freaking time. As a result, the coverage area identified in both the draft and final cast reports for eNode 424199 is not accurate and should not be relied upon. This is further corroborated by the following. In Bryan Kohberger's AT&T records, handoffs are observed utilizing eNode 424199115 repeatedly in the records that would make the purported coverage areas in the cast mapping physically impossible. One cannot dismiss this error as oversight. There is so many issues that he is claiming that there is in this analysis. So to just know what people are talking about, and again, I don't know what the hell. We've gone over the 40-page preview that he placed on the website, but I have no idea. I have no idea what the end conclusion is in this about what he actually thinks. I don't know. But I know that a lot of people are mad because it sounds like he's, again, kissing the law enforcement's asses. How can you write a report like this? Not finished product. What you mad for? Meow. That's the one we just looked at. Yeah, I'm gonna go in and try to get these, like, the pictures clipped off. Oh yeah, here's the 7 minutes. Remember the 7 minutes? 247, 254. Here it is right here. Hi, Miss Mams. Kissy. Kissy. You went out there? Yeah. All right, let me let her out the door real quick. Hold on. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I'm going to try to make these pictures bigger. For when we go over this report in full. Look right here. It's common practice in geolocation analysis to identify activity of this nature to serve as a control sample to help provide a better understanding. This would be like, I guess in here, let me read this part. Of particular interest with this slide is the reported travel of Mr. Kohberger's mobile device to Moscow roughly 5 hours after the crimes were committed. Again, there are several missing connections in this slide, meaning the paper trail is not there. In trying to capture what the network activity of an AT&T device would look like when traveling from Pullman to Moscow, there is no better control sample than using Mr. Kohberger's own device. In essence, we have this control sample of network activity here. It is common practice in geolocation analysis to identify activity of this nature to serve as a control sample to help provide a better understanding of how the cellular network is functioning at any given time. One can review such control samples and then compare them to other times of suspect movements and or similar travel. In this case, we can compare the network activity seen here. Mr. Kohberger's device is leaving the residence and traveling to Moscow, which it's not because we know that the car doesn't match, to the network activity seen early in the morning around 2:47 hours. When this is done, it becomes even more clear Mr. Kohberger's device was not traveling east, nor was it on Highway 270 traveling towards Moscow. The network connections seen between 247 and 254 are completely different than what is seen here. Such a comparison is conveniently missing from Special Agent Balance's work on this case. That's wild. Okay. More missing data. So now all this, okay, so right here, it shows 13 dates and times that reportedly coincide with Mr. Kohberger's device connecting to the tower, providing coverage to within 100 meters between 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. How's that even possible? We know that pool party was not 100 meters away from that house. So that's also some bullshit. So let's be so serious. So here's another time here on 7/16 to 7/17. 7:21 from 10 p.m. to 10:32. Says the agent's wrong on both of the times here. Wrong again, off again. This person's wrong again. Like, is every single timestamp? Look right here. Special Agent blank again misreports times. So every single time on here, every single time on here has a problem. Look again. Special Agent blank again misreports times. Misreports the time. Misreports the time. The entire thing is just wrong. Misreports the times. Misreports the times. Misreports the time. Holy shit. Misreports the times. Misreports the times. There's no evidence in the records the device was near or at the crime scene. That literally the beginning of every single one of these timestamps is Special Agent, we know it's balanced, misreports the times, and then at the very end, there is no evidence in the records the device was at or near the crime scene during this time period. So they're all just bullshit. If this book and the information in this book does not match the energy coming from this report, then Cy-Ray is a paid little biatch. So this better, when we're done with all of this bullshit in this 50,000 freaking pound book, it better match this energy. It better match this energy, because you haven't told me that they did a damn thing right this entire time. And this is just us skimming and seeing all this crazy shit. Every damn thing that he's writing in here is saying that they got it all wrong. Everything's flawed, major errors, you can't overlook it. There's no evidence Mr. Kohberger's mobile device was ever in Moscow. There is no evidence Mr. Kohberger's device travels south on Highway 95 from Moscow. In fact, there is clear evidence the device was west of Highway 95 when it reconnected, blah, 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 blah. Missing data. Summary. Let's read the summary. Is it 1,000 pages? Okay. Let's read the summary. Wild. In completing my analysis, I found the following. The cell phone geological reports provided by the state in this investigation are intentionally misleading, plagued with omitted exculpatory evidence, and cannot be relied on to the slightest degree. Wow. The absence of work product can only be attributed to one of two things: an overwhelmingly incompetent analysis or intentional concealment to hide exculpatory evidence. Mr. Kohberger's AT&T records provide significant detail as it relates to his geolocation pattern of life. The state's investigation is completely void of these patterns. I can find no reference to Mr. Kohberger's pattern of life in any report, despite demanding 6 months of AT&T records to establish such a pattern. The reason for this is clear to this investigator, as that pattern of life is tremendously exculpatory for Mr. Kohberger. A, he routinely drives in random locations late at night and early in the morning. B, he is constantly cycling the power on his phone for different periods of time. C, his daily geolocation patterns are chaotic. Random travel patterns are normal. 4, investigators relied heavily on inaccurate analysis to establish probable cause in nearly every search warrant affidavit issued to secure evidence against Mr. Kohberger. Let me read that again without freaking stuttering like a crazy person. Listen to what the frick he just said. Listen to this damn sentence. Investigators relied heavily on inaccurate analysis to establish probable cause in nearly every search warrant affidavit issued to secure evidence against Mr. Kohberger. That is a crazy statement. That is a crazy statement. Wild. These inaccuracies are to such an extent, any geolocation subject matter expert would immediately recognize them. These inaccuracies are so extreme, they are beyond accidental oversight. It is my opinion investigators in this investigation intentionally omitted critical findings, repeatedly and intentionally misled the court, and concealed exculpatory evidence. That entire freaking paragraph. This entire freaking paragraph. I'm going to read the whole one more time. Investigators relied heavily on inaccurate analysis to establish probable cause in nearly every search warrant affidavit issued to secure evidence against Mr. Kohberger. These inaccuracies are to such an extent, any geolocation subject matter expert would immediately recognize them. These inaccuracies are so extreme, they are beyond accidental oversight. It is my opinion investigators in this investigation intentionally omitted critical findings, repeatedly and intentionally misled the court, and concealed exculpatory evidence. So why are people like Harsh Reality who speak to Cyray and get information from him coming out and saying things? And why is Cyray in the book saying things that makes it seem as if he is giving the cops all of the kudos, kissing the cop's ass, and basically trying to act like he thinks Kohberger is guilty? Why is that the vibe that everyone is putting out there when it comes to this book? But this is the report that he writes for the court. So what is it, Cyray? Is there an actual issue like you're saying here? Or are you just trying to get back on everyone's good side by being a little pansy all of a sudden? I don't understand what's happening. I don't understand what's happening. Cyray needs to come forward and be honest about what's happening here, because the vibe people are saying is coming from this shit is so 180 to everything that we've been dealing with over the past few years. Like, this is crazy. Okay. As a subject matter expert in this field, who has testified over 100 times as a state witness on behalf of the prosecution, I have never seen such a deviation from established standards and best practices by a subject matter expert as what is seen by Special Agent Balance final cast report. This report was peer-reviewed by the other special agent. The idea that both qualified and competent... Is this the Michael Easter guy? Is this the Michael Easter guy? Because remember, the Michael Easter guy came out and said that somebody reached out to him in January, which is, I think, I think it was early January 2025. I can't remember whose podcast it was. It was a channel that I'd never, ever, literally in my life, ever seen before. But his name was Michael Easter, and he's like retired or some shit. And he said that his buddy reached out to him that was working on the Kohberger case, but he said something about like car stuff or some shit like that. But he also like phone stuff too. So I wonder if this is Michael Easter, Special Agent Easter, that maybe is the person who checked that out. I don't know. The idea that both qualified and competent subject matter experts missed these errors is inconceivable. There is substantial justification to believe the errors noted in this report are intentional and a complete manipulation of data to support false statements needed to establish probable cause to obtain search warrants against Mr. Kohberger. It is justified to believe critical exculpatory evidence has been concealed by investigators. Holy shit! It is justified to believe critical exculpatory evidence has been concealed by investigators. What are we doing here? What are we doing? This would include Mr. Kohberger's AT&T timing data and other geolocation data that would be sought as a standard operating procedure, yet somehow was overlooked in this investigation. The absence of this data in an investigation of this nature with the resources available to investigators is beyond unusual. It is simply inconceivable. And that is him as of 1/21/25. I am just like, wow. Oh, is that your real email, sir? Your businessy email? I'm about to write you because we needs to have a talk. We needs to have a powwow, broski. Because what the frick? What the frick? This is crazy as shit. Okay. So this is the Tom Slovinsky person that is actually, see, that's a whole nother thing too. The way that the story had been told to us was that the defense like reached out to Cyray personally, is how I always understood it. But this Slovinsky guy is actually the one who reached out to Cyray because he wanted somebody else's opinion, like a peer review. Sort of the way that Brent Turvey reached out to that Chris Holland guy, and now for some reason Chris Holland thinks that Xana's blood's in the kitchen when it wasn't. So there's that. Let's see, is there any actual information on here? Okay. October 10th, this analyst was contracted by Ann Taylor of Idaho regarding the case of the state of Idaho versus Bryan Kohberger. This analyst was requested by Ann Taylor to analyze many and various CDRs, including AT&T call records. So basically, this is all going to be the exact same stuff that Cyray just talked about. Defense was only able to secure 3 of the 4 AT&T timing advance records dealing with Kernodle, Mogen, Showalter, and Mr. Kohberger. Mr. Kohberger's timing advance records were never produced. What is strange is that all the above 4 accounts are AT&T accounts. The 4 timing advance records were requested in law enforcement warrants to AT&T, yet law enforcement says Mr. Kohberger's timing advance warrants are not available. Pool party with points of interest, Moscow mountain trip with points of interest, omission analysis of the final cash report. Yeah. So we'll read more on this one when we sit down and go through the document like itself in full, the same way that we're going to do Cyray's. But this is pretty much all based on the same stuff. Plus Cyray's has like additional things. The pictures in here are bigger though. I wonder if this person has the same issues. I'm sure they do. That's why they brought Cyray in, because he had problems. Lots of bigger pictures. So I guess okay, this is actually kind of cool because it's showing the difference between the draft photo and then the final. And like you can go in and see, I guess, the things that might have been changed on some of these. Like what? I don't know what none of this is. I guess geolocation points. Map recordings. These are the minutes that we aren't counting, though. Like, these are the minutes in time that they actually took out of everything. So is this like the area that the phone would be having service, I guess, from where he's at? Handoff tower. Just getting closer and just getting closer, and it's just getting closer. I'm like, what? Is it like all the same stuff? What's this one? It's like addresses. Expert opinion. This analyst has exhaustively examined the AT&T call detail records pertaining to mobile number 8458, as well as other cell tower data pertaining to the victims and other persons. The expert opinion of this analyst is as follows. There is no cell tower data presented by law enforcement to the defense that links, basically Bryan's device, to the King Road murders. What this analyst has noted is a profound push by law enforcement to use these call detail records to paint a story that the data cannot support or prove. There is no cell tower or GPS data presented to support the claim that the 8458 device was at 1122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho on November 13th from approximately 3 to 4:30 a.m. What is disturbing? Okay, maybe I need to talk to this person, because he has the exact same opinion as Cyray, and I feel like Cyray is tainted. So maybe I should try to actually speak to somebody in this aspect. What is disturbing is the lack of actual data that was not made discoverable by law enforcement. This data would be extremely helpful to the defendant's case. There have been numerous omissions by the FBI cast agent. This is disturbing. The data that was not shown is very exculpatory, and it appears that it was clearly and intentionally left out of the cast final report and other members of the law enforcement team. That's crazy. This guy. Have we seen him before? He doesn't look familiar. He doesn't look familiar. That's crazy. So this guy is saying the exact same thing, the literally exact same thing that Cyray was saying. And literally every single timestamp that Cyray is showing that it's wrong and doesn't actually prove shit, is what we just found out. That's what we just found out. Okay, so let's see. That was the 1,045 page one that was posted here for January 23rd. That was split apart. So we have, this one is next. But see, this is like a protocol sheet, I think. No, what is this? Yeah, this is like a protocol sheet. Up to the top. So this is Jenny Ayers. She is the lead at the Idaho State Police Forensic Lab for the response team. She actively participated in using the LizQ imaging system, marking bloodstains, reviewing evidence, discussing which evidence may or may not be relevant to the crime, liaising with detectives on the case, and working with other entities to support the needs of the investigation. She was there to start processing on the 17th, it shows. And then it goes into the steps of processing a crime scene. Other areas of the house of 1122 did not have any indications that probative evidence would be found. There was no blood found in these areas and nothing about the area itself that suggested the perpetrator or any victim had been in the area. Second floor, east bedroom, first floor of the residence, third floor, west bedroom and bathroom. The crime scene response team may use Amido Black and Leucocrystal Violet to enhance blood. In this case, the team used Amido Black because it shows up better on some surfaces than Leucocrystal Violet. The team applied Amido Black in areas where they believed the perpetrator could have walked or touched and left a bloody footprint or fingerprint. For example, Amido Black was applied to the floor of the west bedroom on the second floor, the stairway half wall between the second and third floors, and the interior and exterior handles of the sliding glass door in the kitchen. And then the crime scene manual. That's all this part is right here. So then let's go up to this one. Redactions from the January 23, 2025 hearing. And we already have the transcripts for this. But this is what they wanted to be removed. Page 25, line 6 refers to a witness and roommate of the victims whose identity has been protected at least in past due to hostile public, blah, blah, blah. Either Dylan or Bethany, probably Dylan. Page 28, line 12, page 31, blah, blah, blah. This portion of the transcript involved inquiries by the defendant related to a separate Frank's motion instead of the relevant IGG topic. And like the portion listed immediately above, was objected to by the state, and the objection was sustained. On page 151, talks about distant relatives of the defendant. Page 153, see right here, this portion of the transcript relates to the Blank brothers, who were also identified as potential relatives to the defendant. See, okay, so then where did those brothers come from? We literally heard there were 4 brothers that were distant cousins, and the stuff that we just read have those people being like cousins to each other, but not being brothers. So where's that? Is that like the FBI stuff actually? Because that didn't come up with what we just read from Othram. And then that's it for this one. This one's tiny. Okay, so then we have, let's see if this is the one that has the additional information. No, I don't think it is. No. Okay, so this one came out. Now remember, before we got the colorful bubble conversation, we first started getting like little bitty pieces of the text messages and the information when it comes to Dylan and Bethany. So most of you guys will remember it looking like this. Now we have pages and pages and pages and pages and pages and pages and pages, but I know that you guys remember first getting this information. This is like pretty much all the same stuff. I didn't see anything different in here when I was going through it, but some of these do have some additional like attachments to them. Okay. So then we have, what is this one? Okay, this is 19 pages, and this is Shane Cox, Litigation and Regulatory Manager 2 from Law Enforcement Response for Amazon. Okay, so this is the Amazon information that I was telling you that we were going to get some of, which this is 19 pages, but I want to show you like just some of the very first pieces of it. Amazon.com account is registered to customer Bryan C. Kohberger using the email address brianchristopher1994@gmail. The account records show that Bryan C. Kohberger has been a customer since October 23rd, 2017. Now, they said that this was a family account, so I guess the family just uses the whole account. I feel like what happened is because being a student, you get it cheaper. Then they probably, well, no, because that's a Gmail address. So no, that wouldn't really work either. When I got mine, I had to use my college email. So that wouldn't work for that either. But they told us it was like a family account but I guess it still really isn't like too odd that it's under his email. Okay, the address history for the Bryan C. Kohberger account list 1119 Lambsden Drive. This address was added on October 23rd, 2017, so on the day that he created the account. The other address listed on the account for Bryan Kohberger is 1630, which is the apartment in Pullman. Added on July 11th, the phone number is also listed as 5889. Now, this is the phone number. Was the phone number that he had before he got the AT&T account that was opened right before he moved, or like right whenever he was moving. This is also the number that was listed on his WSU directory in the very, 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 very beginning. I'm pretty positive, I don't know this for sure, but I'm pretty positive this was a Verizon phone. There were warrants for Verizon for Bryan Kohberger that were sent out and then got back in and sealed. And it looks like it was just like maybe the family's account. And so they sealed it because it didn't have anything on it. The phone that they tracked everything for was the phone number that we see now. That's in all of the search warrants that he had after he got the new AT&T account. The account also lists 1119 Lambsden Drive as the address for Michael Kohberger. There are 6 separate credit cards on file, 3 issued to Bryan, 2 issued to Michael, and 1 credit card issued to Marianne. On March 20th, the customer purchased an electronic Amazon gift card for $130 using the Bryan C. Kohberger account. The billing information for this purchase was Bryan Kohberger at the Lambsden Drive address. The billing phone number was the 5889 number. The credit card used was issued to Kohberger. On March 21st, 2022, the customer purchased K-Bar 9926 sharpener for $23.40 using the Amazon electronic gift card through the Bryan C. Kohberger account. On the same day, the customer purchased K-Bar full-size U.S. Marine Corps fighting knife straight, which I'm about to show you why I'm taking this right here, for $86.15 using the Amazon electronic gift card through the same Amazon account. The billing information for these purchases was Bryan Kohberger. The billing phone number was the 5889, and the items were shipped to Bryan Kohberger at the Lambsden address. Now, it doesn't say anything about a sheath in like the way that they describe it, but if you search it up the way that it's written and then click on the actual Amazon, obviously because of inflation, it's not $86 anymore, but this is the one that pops up right here. Look how worn. Does that button on this say brand new Amazon listing not look worn? And look at the damn scratches on the sheath itself. There's a big ass scratch right there, and that looks like a worn button. And it looks like there's like a scuff mark right here. What the helly? That looks like a worn button and a damn, what? This is like not new. There ain't no way. No, that's an indentation mark. That is not a perfect circle. That is a worn on the button, and there are scratches and markings on this damn sheath that they are displaying on Amazon. That's wild. But this is what it shows. Right here when it comes to typing in that exact verbiage. So let's see what the other one is. My eyes are getting annoyed. Copy. Oh my gosh. And then this right here seems to be the sharpener. Even this looks used. Interesting. But here this is right here. How much is this going up? This was what? This was $23.40 and now it's only $24.49. That's barely gone up at all. The knife itself was $86.15 and it's gone up to, what was it, $105? Okay, $86.15 using the Amazon electronic gift card through the same Amazon account. The billing information for these purchases was Bryan Kohberger, and that at the address and the phone number, and they were shipped to Bryan Kohberger. On March 21st, 2022, the customer purchased, it's the same date? Yeah, same date. Just later on in the same day, the customer purchased omega-3 vegan DHA supplements Garden of Life for $44.78. So let's see what those look like. Garden of Life, doctor formulated vegan DHA, brain and heart health. I guess it doesn't really say the kind. Advanced omega. But this is, yeah, I guess just like vegan DHA. Brain and heart health. Right here. For $44.78 using the Bryan C. Kohberger account. $20.45 of this purchase was purchased using the Amazon electronic gift card. That left a balance of $24.33, which went on his Visa. Shipped to Kohberger at the Lambsden Drive address. Amazon.com, look, it tells me to click on it. Amazon.com click activity associated with the Bryan C. Kohberger account shows that the customer viewed pages associated with K-bar style knives on Amazon.com on March 20th, the same day the customer purchased the Amazon electronic gift card, and on March 21st, the same day the customer purchased the K-bar knife sharpener. On March 22nd through the 27th, the Amazon click activity for the Bryan C. Kohberger account shows each day that the customer was viewing pages associated with the shipping progress of the Amazon.com order for the K-bar knife and sharpener that were purchased on the 21st. On November 15th, 2022, Amazon.com click activity for the Bryan C. Kohberger account shows that the customer navigated to a page related to the deletion of account activity. I need someone to explain to me how you do that. Because again, and I know that you guys have looked for it too. I have gone on my Amazon account and tried to see where you can delete activity. I have looked on my phone. I have looked on the app. I have gotten on my laptop. I cannot find where you can go in and delete activity. So they're going to need to actually show me the analytical reports for this. Because as far as I'm concerned, and as far as a lot of other people that are out here trying to figure out what's going on are concerned, we haven't been able to see where you can actually go in and delete your activity from Amazon. So I don't know why they say this when they're not showing us that. Show me where it says that. Please, I'm begging you, because it doesn't exist. This shit doesn't exist. On November 23rd, 2022, and on December 6th, 2022, the Amazon.com click activity for the Kohberger account shows the customer was viewing pages associated with the K-bar style knife with sheaths from this Amazon.com account. So then I question, is this when Papa Roger was already online talking, and was he just like part of the groups and saw it and was like just going in and checking it out? Because who actually knows? We don't know. And again, there's no deletion. Like, you can't delete shit. Like, that's actually crazy. Now let's see, what is this? Michael Douglas was the guy. I don't know who this Shane. Well, we've heard of Shane Cox, but I remember Michael Douglas being the guy that was actually supposed to do the Amazon stuff. I don't know what this is for. Forensic accountant for the Federal Bureau of Investigations. State incorporates his previous response and attachments filed on December 18th. I guess disclosing witness testimony. Financial accounts. Talking about the financial accounts. Okay, here's the Kohberger one. I wish they would explain why they even had that in there. Blank can summarize information from accounts in the name of Bryan Kohberger received from crypto.com/Forestax, Washington Trust Bank, and Pennsylvania State Employees Credit Union. His summary of the financial data can be broken down by post date, location, amount, transaction type, and or payer/payee name. His analysis of the bank accounts covers a time frame of January 1st, 2022 through December 15th, 2022, noting that the Washington Trust Bank account was opened on August 26, 2022. Blank can also refer to signature cards and other documents used below. I mean, I have crypto accounts I haven't closed that I used to do stuff in a long time ago when I was doing that kind of stuff. It's not odd to have a freaking crypto account. ATM withdrawals occurring in the month of November. Transactions payable to the Washington Department of Licensing. Duh. Photographic footage provided by the financial institution linked to Bryan Kohberger's accounts. He can explain he observed Bryan Kohberger, the account holder, in a white vehicle making ATM withdrawals. Blake can summarize information from accounts associated with the Bank of America, Banner Bank, Discover, Idaho Central Credit Union, Numerica Credit, blah, 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 blah. Purchase history, gift card history, click data, customer information. This is the same thing from earlier right here. Yeah, this is just repeating everything. Amazon records, crypto. And remember, a lot of the like Ross records and shit like that weren't actually Ross records. A lot of that stuff Ann Taylor said was blank, or it was repetitive of another company and not actually for that company. I don't understand why the hell they went through for Under Armour records. It's so crazy. It's literally like sold at Walmart. Like, I don't know what you're doing. Winco, they didn't even put anything in from Winco. And I think this is just talking about the person. Knowledge of bank information. Okay, let's see. Blank will state that Bryan Kohberger's Washington Trust Bank account was opened August 26th with a deposit of $50. On August 30th, they observed a $2,000.23 ACH deposit in the account. The account was inactive until November 2022. On November 13th, 2022 and forward, Blake observed 8 ATM withdrawals. Blank will explain that the first ATM withdrawal occurred at 10:49 a.m. on November 13th, 2022, which comports with the date of the homicides in Moscow, Idaho. Okay, but see, this is the thing with this is that we already had read further on information, because remember, this is January 2025, and that ATM withdrawal was in Pullman on his way to Lewiston at his own bank, at Washington Trust Bank that was actually in Pullman. We know that from records that are later than this. And remember, they also tried to say that he stopped using his debit card and stuff like that. Like afterwards. And that's not true, because we have receipts that were found after the fact that had like him using the card. Plus he used it at Albertsons that same morning. Here's where the devices were brought in again. We just went through all of this like a couple days ago. All of these. Neil Uhrig, forensic examiner, detective sergeant for the Post Falls Police Department. It's anticipated that Uhrig will provide testimony that during his review of the listed devices, he did not find any connection to Bryan Kohberger. Yeah, we know. We know. Okay, let's see. Which one is this? Oh, here we go. It's not really Like there's really nothing awesome in it. It's basically everything we already knew. There's a little bit of a gap here and a little bit of gap there, but there's also some screenshots in Bethany's activity that I have no freaking idea what the hell it is. It looks like an article connected to a photo, some sort of maybe news listing. I don't really quite know for sure. I have no idea. But this is where it starts off with Dylan's. But we've already seen this part. I didn't see anything different in this section at all. Everything right here looks exactly the same as what we've already seen. Go down here and it'll show Bethany's phone activity. There's not a lot of it. Is this where it starts? Yeah. So it starts right here at 2:53, which we know to be Maddie contacting Bethany to see if she knows where Maddie is. Okay. So then we have Dylan being called from Bethany's phone at 4:19, and then Dylan calling Bethany back. And again, Dylan lied from the jump, telling Officer Nunes that she called Bethany as soon as she saw the man in black walk out the door, and she shut the door, and oh my God, she called Bethany. And that's not true. She did not call Bethany. If Bethany would not have called Dylan, we don't know how the hell this story would have ended up being told, because that call from Bethany to Dylan, I think, triggered something. But I don't think we'll ever know the truth. So right here, I don't know what all of this is for, and I don't know why it shows it like this. This says from Dylan to, which this is supposed to be Bethany's information, but it looks like she's actually texting her off of her iPad. Bethany's iPad, mobile library. So she's not messaging her on her iPhone. She's messaging on the iPad. So is she also calling from the iPad? And see why it matters between iPad and laptop when you're a forensic person who's sitting there collecting evidence, because it looks here as if she literally was texting Dylan from her iPad and on her phone. So then we go down here and we see really confused, again, Bethany's iPad. Outgoing to Xana, outgoing to Maddie, outgoing to Ethan. But this looks weird because to Xana and Maddie, it looks like there's numbers. But right here, it has this. So does that mean like through Snapchat or something different? So at 4:23, an outgoing message right here, and it doesn't show to who. Okay, so I guess I was wrong. I didn't notice this before. Who is this that Bethany is reaching out to at 4:23? Okay. I just don't know why it shows Bethany's information like this with other and like these points of stuff. But this is to Dylan. This is where Bethany says Xana was wearing all black to Dylan. The I'm freaking out right now. No, it's like a ski mask almost. That's Dylan. And then Bethany saying to shut the F up. Actually, here is Dylan's messages. Bethany, Dylan, this is all the stuff that we already know. Come to my room, run down here. Oh my God. Okay. So then right here, it has her at 4:29 trying to get a hold of Maddie, trying to get a hold of Maddie again at 4:30, calling Kaylee at 4:30, calling Kaylee again at 4:31. Snapchat at 4:34, Snapchat again at 4:34. But notice that there's stuff above these lines and they're not showing us all of the activity. They're cherry picking what they're allowing us to see. So even though we do see gaps of time, that doesn't mean that there's gaps of time. So we have 4:37 here on Facebook, or I mean on Instagram. Right here at 4:37. And then 7:30 is where she goes to call her dad, calls the dad again 30 minutes later. 8 o'clock outgoing. It doesn't say to who. It just has the number. It doesn't say to who. But then it says home right here with the exact same 4 digits behind it. So I don't know why it doesn't say home up there, but okay. And then she calls her mom at 8:02, calls her dad again at 8:09. And then there's 40-ish minutes almost, 30-something, 35-ish minutes, whatever, right here in between calling the dad and then these pictures being taken. I don't know what these are, but there's 3 pictures that are taken. But also notice there's something here. Like they're not, you see how the lines like continue? They're not showing us everything. This is what I'm talking about right here. This was from Bethany's mom, sent to Bethany, and I can't tell what the hell this is. Maybe some sort of celebrity thing, article. I don't know, but she sent it to her. What time is this? 9:04 in the morning. No, sent at 8:44. Delivered. Wait, this is confusing. Hold on a minute. What does this mean right here? 11:13, 8:44 a.m. UTC 8. Delivered at 9:04. Okay, so what is this? Why is this before this? Somebody want to explain that to me? I don't understand this huge gap right here. I don't understand this gap right here. Okay. So then enter Xana. And it goes from either 8:44 or 9:04. I don't know which freaking one it's supposed to be. I don't understand that. And then it pops all the way down here a few hours later to now Xana asking if she's awake at 11:21. She calls Xana at 11:49. She tells Xana 1 sec at 11:51. Now, I think this is where Xana had said something about how she was on the phone with Bethany, and then she asks her if she needs to come over there, and she tells her, hold on a second, like on the phone, and then hangs up on her. And she says that while she was on the phone with Bethany, she could hear Dylan in the background talking. But then instead of just like putting the phone down and like asking whatever questions she had to ask, she literally hangs up and then like ends up just answering like through text messages. Do you guys need me to come and get you at 11:51? And then that's terrifying at 11:51. So this says that Bethany definitely said something to make her react that way. And then from Bethany to Xana, low key, yes, meaning like, do you need me to come get you? Low key, yes. Which meant what? Low key, yes, that we are right in assuming that Bethany was just going to take the hell off. That she was just going to take the hell off. Because we saw Xana's car pull in, picked up Bethany, and she took the hell off. The only reason why that vehicle stopped and turned around is because that damn cop showed up. If Bethany and Xana would have never actually seen that cop pull up, I bet you anything that Bethany would have taken the hell off. Bet you anything. So then she says, I will. Bethany says, please. And then tells her Emily is coming over with Hunter to check it. Check it out. And that was at 11:53. Okay, I'm just going to come to because I'm scared for what she means all, like for y'all. And that's at 11:55. And then 11:56. The 911 call is made. Yeah, see, there's not too much here. There's not too much here, but it's still information that we didn't have before. And we were told in court that there was like small gaps in Dylan's, and there is. There's a little bit of gap of time here. There's almost 3 hours here. And then I guess here are the gaps. Okay. So then we have, see, all of these right here are stuff that we've already received. But there was one of these that had something. Was it this one? I think it was this one. Let me show y'all what this is real quick. I'm pretty positive we have all of these. The seat one looks a little odd. Hold on. Pre-guilty plea. See, 3/24/25. These had already been released. Ayers, Walthall, Nord, Ayers, Martinez, Young Liz, Will. Okay, so seat I don't have. Seat's new. Seat is new. Dace, Machek, seat. Younglin. See, some of these are old and some of these we haven't seen yet. This one right here with seat, Eric seat is done for Connor. This is the stuff for Connor's cheek swab. My check was for what? Report for the DNA extracts and shit like that. Yeah, we've read that one too. Yeah, some of them are like, we've had them already. So that's why you'll see, like, I have the 3/24/25 forensic stuff that we'd had previously, but then I made a separate folder for the second posting of these for the 8th, because I knew there might be some differences, and like there are a few that we hadn't gotten before. But when it comes to this next piece, this is regarding bushy eyebrows. Now, this is actually one that we've already seen. This is where we've gotten some of the redacted testimony. Okay. But this is also like, I don't know what this shit is right here. So this is in the beginning of the bushy eyebrow paperwork, and I don't know why. I don't know what any of this is, but this is how it is up there. 11:13, 2:30 a.m. received. I am from Eric, the Uber driver, Eric Uber. So I'm going to assume that this is like Dylan's phone activity, but they have it attached to the beginning of this. So it shows right here, are you driving tonight by chance? 2:10 and 29 seconds. Then the I am at 2:13, but we know that she didn't even read that damn message until in the 4:20s. Bethany Funk. Incoming answered 11:13, 22, 4:19. Call duration 24 seconds. Outgoing Xana Kernodle 0. Outgoing Kaylee 0. Outgoing to Bethany 41 seconds. Outgoing to Maddie 0. Unanswered. And then here it is again. Really confused. Here she is messaging Kaylee. I'm freaking out right now. No, it's like a ski mask. I don't know why this is in here like this. This is weird, the way that it looks. Unless they were like experimenting with how they wanted to give us the text messages, but I just don't know why this is in the very beginning of the bushy eyebrow paperwork. I think they messed this up. Phone's going to die. Come to my room. Run down here. Ethan outgoing. Whoa. What the fuck? Does somebody want to explain to me why at 4:24 in the morning she calls Ethan and it answers for 13 seconds? Somebody want to explain this? Third-party application, so I'm going to assume like Snapchat. Is that where this one was? This says it was answered. It can't be a voicemail. It's not a phone call. See how it says third-party application? That means it's like it's like social media. It's an app. Can you leave voicemails on Snapchat? This isn't to the phone. See, look. If it was going to the phone, it would say phone under call type. This is an app. Ethan is supposed to have already been dead. So why is his phone having an answer for 13 seconds? You can't leave a voicemail on Snapchat. Third-party application. That's crazy that it's answered. I don't even know what to think about that. Look right here. Call duration for Kaylee, 7 seconds. Answered. On the phone. Xana Kernodle, outgoing phone, answered, 4 seconds. See, these I can say possibly that this was like the voicemail picking up. But for Ethan, it seems like the both of them were trying to contact him through Snap. From the way that the reports have always been read. That is so freaking weird, bro. I also don't understand. I don't give a shit what anyone says. I find it really odd that her father calls her by her initials. Okay, right here. Emily Alott, outgoing third-party application. She called her through Snap, didn't she? 108 seconds. And here's the vandal alert at 104. Wow, that's wild. I'm going to need them to explain that shit. I'm going to need them to explain Ethan's phone. 13 seconds. A third-party application, if it's Snapchat, there's no freaking voicemail. Like, what the hell? Okay, I don't know what this is redacted for. I don't remember there being any redactions in the other bushy eyebrow stuff. I wonder what this is right here. So this ends right here in the conversation that she had with the child psychiatrist with the FBI, that Aaron person. But what the hell is all of this? Redacted stuff. That answered phone call to Ethan is very crazy. That's very freaking crazy. Okay, so it looks like a lot of this is psych stuff, I guess. Rachel Orr, it's 252 pages. Rachel Orr, Eileen Ryland, James Aiken, Jeffrey Lewine, we've heard that name before. John Edens, Jolie Brahms, it looks like they're all psychologists. So here's Rachel Orr. And a lot of this is going to be all blacked out anyway. Yeah. Oh, here's some of it. I'm going to have to go through this one and separate these out too. There was also another one that we got that's like this, where it's multiple experts the way that the other one was. I haven't taken this one and actually like moved it over yet. Let me do that actually. Copy and then print this out. 3/31/25. Yeah, I had wanted to finish moving these over while we were on the live because I only had like a few left. Psych experts. I actually don't know if I saved the bushy eyebrow one. So let me pull that one just in case it didn't save. 3/27/25. Yeah, that thing with Ethan's phone, with them both basically, I'm pretty positive both of them were saying that it was Snap. Yeah. On top of that, there's no number. And even if it was text now, it would still show a number. So you see how for this one, it shows like the end of the number, the last 4 digits of the number. On the one for Ethan, it doesn't have that. This is telling, I'm sorry, but this is telling me that somebody answered a Snapchat call. And until somebody proves me wrong, that's what I'm going to believe. Because this would show a phone number. I've had text now. I've had different apps for different phones. I have one now for the channel that I use through Google, like the Google Voice thing. It would still show a phone number. It doesn't show a phone number. That is just so freaking crazy. Someone really needs to explain that because that's wild. All right, let's see. Was there anything else? I think that's it for this page. There was one release from 2026, and it's another one that I need to go in and separate because it's 155 pages. It starts with Jenny Ayers, and I believe there's a few other people on here. But this is also like, I think just the analyst. Here's Taylor Maycheck. Tara Martinez. Yeah, this is like the ISP lab people. Jade Miller. Yeah. So I'll need to go in and separate these out to, oh, print that one. And then once they're separated, they'll be labeled in the folder. But yeah, I guess that's it. Yeah. I guess that's it. We went through everything that was released. We're definitely going to do more in-depth reviews of quite a bit of that information. There's a lot of it. See what I mean? Like, I know this was like January 2025. And I know that we've had a lot like newer stuff become unsealed. But damn, there's a lot of information in these documents. Like, that's crazy information. Crazy information. Lots of information. Lots of info. Okay. So, again, if you are a member, then you saw the bulletin board I created for what I wanted to do this week. And I said yesterday, we're probably already going to have to reschedule a few things. We definitely are going to have to reschedule some stuff now. I'm still wanting to get the book done so that we can start Cyray's book next week. But we have things now that we need to review, and we always end up having to go back because new stuff comes out. I know that Sarah said there's still, I think she said 11 maybe documents left in the third order before the third unsealing order is done, and it'll have to move on to the fourth one. We'll see how long it takes for them to handle all that. But I'm going to go in and reschedule everything. I'm not doing it tonight. I'm tired. I'm going to go in and redo everything I have on the bulletin board and have like a new thing out tomorrow. But a lot of it will be based on this stuff. A lot of this will be based on this stuff. Oh, you know what? That's a good damn point. Ethan's phone was on the floor by Xana. So who the frick answered it for 13 seconds? And Xana's phone was on the bed with him. Kaylee's is like a few seconds and Maddie's is like a few seconds. That's what makes me believe it's a voicemail. Like if you let the voicemail pick up and it like starts off, you know, like it's like 4 seconds and the other one's like a couple of seconds. It's definitely not enough for there to be like an actual answer. But given that it said phone, I can accept it being the voicemail answering because it's literally like 4 seconds. But 13 seconds, and it's not a phone number. It doesn't have the 4 digits. Again, even if it was an app with the phone number, it would still be showing like the phone number. I'm pretty sure it'd still be showing the phone number. I could be wrong on that. If it's their phone number, you'd think there'd be a phone number. Bethany and Dylan have both said that they messaged him through Snapchat. I think it was Bethany that said she even checked Snap Maps to see Ethan's location and that the location showed that he was at the house in the morning when she checked it. So I'm just going to assume based off of what they've already said that they both contact Ethan through Snapchat. So if that is the case, Snapchat doesn't have voicemail. Who the frick answered his phone? That's crazy. And then also, yes, consider the fact the phones were switched. Xana's phone was on the bed next to Ethan, and Ethan's phone had a big ass gap of material missing off the top of it, like a knife had struck it. Or it flew up against a wall or some crazy shit. And there was a huge chunk missing out the phone on the top back side at the top on the right, the opposite side of the cameras. Huge chunk missing. Wild. 13. So I need to know more information on that. That's going to drive me crazy all night now. That's going to drive me a little crazy. Not going to lie. As a matter of fact, let me go reopen that page so I can get a good screenshot of that spot. Because I thought I had grabbed it, but my saved screenshot on my snip thing is not that. And it's in the bushy eyebrow stuff. Like, what? I just don't know what this is even from. It's a totally different format than what they ended up giving us. Like, I wonder if they don't even realize that they released this. Because you know that they screw up every freaking 2 seconds. Answered. 4:24 and 39 seconds. 13 seconds. Kaylee's shows answered for 7 and Xana's showed answered for 4. But it shows it's on the phone. So like the voicemail being what picks up, I can understand it for that, but I don't understand it for the other one. Hey there, Vanessa. Thank you for being a member for 8 months. I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. All right, guys. I'm going to go ahead and get off of here. We have a lot to go over separately. For sure. For sure. Holy shit. Plus interviews. Other documents. FOIA stuff. You know what? We just keep going. We just keep going. But I'm going to go ahead and jump off of here. Tomorrow's Thursday, so we will be live twice. I don't know exactly what we're going to go live about tomorrow first or not. I know we're going to do documents tomorrow, but tomorrow might be the day we go over the CrimeCon interview from the Goncalveses. Or we might just do straight up documents all day, or we might do a chapter in the book and then some documents. I don't know, but we'll probably do that, honestly. We'll probably do a chapter in the book and then documents, and then we'll probably just save the CrimeCon interview for maybe Friday. Maybe Friday. I don't know. We'll see. I'll figure it all out. You guys have a super, super great night. I appreciate you guys being in here and going over all this because holy shit, there was a lot of it. Damn, there was a lot of it. Thank you so much for being in here. Thank you for the super stickers and the super chats and the gifted memberships and those who joined on their own. I appreciate you guys so much. And again, just thank you for being in here this whole time. Thank you for the $9.99 tally. I didn't even see this come in there. This is so interesting. Thank you for covering it. We did have a lot of really interesting information, a lot of more detail, than I expected, honestly, because it's older. But we're definitely going to go in and do separate word for word, no skimming, each one from the experts done by itself. I think we're finally at a time where we really do need to slow down and do them one at a time. That's another reason why we're doing Moscow Mondays, to go back one at a time. And look how much information in that we saw. Just in the inventory reports. Holy shit, 3 pages? 3 pages worth of stuff? Wild. Wild. Nope, Dad's not home yet. He's got another hour and a half or so. So, I'm going to be up until he gets done, until he gets back. But he has another hour and a half. It was very interesting. All right, you guys. Thank you so much for being in here. You guys try to get some sleep. I'm going to try to get some sleep, but you will see me twice tomorrow. See y'all. If you like the way that I present this information and give my opinion, please don't forget to leave a like on the way out. Subscribe to the channel if you have not subscribed already. And please don't forget to make sure that the notification bell is set to all so you don't miss any of my rants, reviews, reactions, updates, or deep dives.